Boom. Hey folks, how's everyone doing? I hope it's a good day. I hope it's a sunny day where you are. It is not a sunny day where I am. It is snowing. Potter is super happy about that. Potter is a snow dog. He loves the snow, so yeah. So I took some steps to try to de-robot for the day. I don't know if they'll be successful, but I tried. We're going to hope, we're going to pray, we're going to all of the things, but let me know if it starts doing the robot and I will do that, or I will take steps to fix it. Oh, hi Runkle, Stony Plain, Alberta. Hello. That's not far from me at all. I'm in Edmonton, so FYI, EDD was having mic issues tonight too, so it might not be just your equipment. Well, it's definitely also my equipment. So, yeah. So today is day 3 of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial, and this is kind of the most important day because we actually get to hear from Kelsey Fitzsimmons, which Kelsey Fitzsimmons is obviously a very important witness because, quite frankly, if you believe Kelsey Fitzsimmons, that's it. You acquit, right? If Kelsey Fitzsimmons is credible to you, case is over, case is done, an acquittal must be issued. But even if you don't believe Kelsey Fitzsimmons, you can still acquit. You don't have to convict if you don't believe her. You can say, I don't believe Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and I don't believe this officer, and I don't believe anyone else, and I don't believe anybody, everybody. It is a perfectly reasonable thing to say, how do I put this? I had a case, it was a bench trial. And I basically, the prosecutor got up and said, well, you certainly can't accept the testimony of Mr. Runkle's client because he lied about this, he lied about that, he lied about the other. And to be fair, my client was really awful on the stand. My client, and I'm not saying Kelsey Fitzsimmons was awful. I'm just giving you we're doing story time here, so don't get upset. But I had my client was awful on the stand. He just his story was not good. And, let's just say it didn't go the way our prep went. We'll put it that way. And his story was really, really bad. He got killed on cross. Quite frankly, he got killed on direct because I thought he was going left. He'd go right. And it was just awful. There was no way for me to, tell the court, hey, you should believe my client. So I didn't. I got up and my close was basically, Your Honor, I'm not going to suggest that my client was credible on the stand. And the judge sort of went, kind of had a little, because he expected me to get up and try to, rehabilitate my client and try to say how, he was really such a good boy. And that really was not something that I could argue. So instead, I started off with, I'm not going to tell you my client was, believable. But I am going to say that no witness in this case was particularly credible. Everybody in this case was shaken on cross-examination to greater or lesser degree. I'm going to suggest you can't believe anybody in this case. And the judge's eventual verdict was, I can't say that anybody really convinced me, so I have to acquit. And I was like, yay. And my client's like, did you say I was a liar in there? And I was like, no, I said you were not believable. Those are different things. But you won, so be happy and don't call me again. All right, so we've got a goal started up for Runkle having have a drink, and we're going to check out what's going on. Now, we are going to focus pretty much on Kelsey, because there are some other witnesses here, but they're not super important in the scheme of things, but we'll talk about them because we're going to talk about them. And yeah. Now, I thought Kelsey did a really good job. Who I thought did not do a good job was the prosecution. And the reason why I say that is that ultimately the prosecution has, because if you believe Kelsey Fitzsimmons and if you think her story is credible, you must, you have to acquit here. Well, then if you're the prosecution to win this, you have to beat Kelsey Fitzsimmons. You've got to bust her on cross. You've got to show that her version of events is not just not likely. You have to show that it is beyond a reasonable doubt not true. Which means you got to go hard, right? You got to you cannot screw around. And I don't think he even screwed around. I think he just sucked. So let's talk about that. Okay, here we go. Let me know if you've got sufficient volume or not. But here's our first witness. I'm going to try to give it a little bit more juice too, because I'm having trouble hearing it. Oh, please, God, no. Okay, let's skip ahead a little bit here because we don't need a chronology of his assignments. Oh, you guys are... crap. You guys can't... Okay.
From the DA's office enter the house.
Yes.
Also, the chat wasn't showing, so now hopefully you guys can see it. Or hopefully you guys can hear it. Nothing important has been said at this point, because at this point what he said is, I am a police officer and I have many experiences, and I also was the guy who drafted the search warrant. Cool. You're caught up. I'm sorry for the audio glitches, but yay.
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you at some point focus on one particular room?
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom.
Was it the room where the shooting happened?
Room on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
I'm showing you exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes.
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
It would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes.
And is that the chair you saw at that day?
It is.
At some point, did other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Ooh, we're going to get to find out what's in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' tickle trunk. It's weird how, like, this lawyer can't find the microphone with her face to talk to it, but she can find the microphone with the papers she's ruffling. Those are front and center. Yay!
You want me to approach?
Yeah, will there be objections?
No,
to
we're not.
Okay. All right, so then let's just have them marked and admitted.
I see people making fun of this guy's eyes, and, you know, I'm going to cut him a pass. He's had a stressful thing. He's got to show up for a really important trial. Plus, I'm pretty sure that this guy just finished getting reassembled by all the king's horses and all the king's men. So he's looking pretty good right now, all things considered.
Exhibit 97, so marked.
And there's no closed captioning available.
Exhibit 98, so marked.
Was it 98?
97.
97 and 98,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
May I just let that run?
Yes, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange-colored chest with 2 firearms and firearms case.
Is the firearm case a black box?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
Yes.
And where did you move them to?
To the bed.
Move to the where?
The bed.
Now, note, this appears to be a prosecution witness, but is testifying about all the guns being inside that chest, which is interesting.
The bed.
Showing you exhibit 98. What's depicted in exhibit 98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was what was in the closed box in the green chest?
Yes.
And what are these items here to the left?
Those were the other 2 firearms that were inside that same chest.
So there were 2 firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trooper Sergeant, do you know what kind of firearms these were?
So I thought this was kind of cool. I'm a bit of a, like, I know this might be a shock to you, but I'm a bit of a gun geek. I like guns. I am a fan of them. And so the people wondering about the Greek letters, that's Molon Labe. This is really common in the gun community, the Molon Labe thing. And you see it's got the Spartan helmet. So this is from a legend where basically, you know, I think it's the Spartans, like, who you've got the opposing force is like, we will spare your lives. You just need to throw down your weapons. Give up your weapons and we will spare your lives. And what that means is the infamous or the famous reply, which was, come get them. Come and take them. So basically, this is from a historical thing of, you know, you want our weapons, come take them. So this is a Second Amendment kind of phrase. It's basically one of those catchphrases that gets passed around all the time in the Second Amendment firearm community. And it's basically like, come get some. If I was the prosecution, this shit would have been in the cross. I would have mentioned this in the cross. You know what the prosecution mentions in the cross? basically fuck all. I totally would have hammered on this in the cross. I would have been like, so you've got the Molin Labe at the, on your gun. That means come take them, right? Okay. And what that means is that you will fight instead of giving up your guns, right? And then you've got police officers in your house to take your guns, right? Huh. How about that? Interesting. Also, she's got a loopholed red dot on that. And that's not a cheap dot. That's like not some Amazon shit. She's got a nice gun. Like that's a nice gun. So the other thing I would be arguing if I was the prosecution is I would have said, okay, you spent how much on that dot? We are Charlie. This is not what I was alluding to, but this is something else I would have got into. I would have said, how much do you spend on that dot? How much is this gun? That's some custom gun art, isn't it? Right? You've got some pretty. I'd be like, all right, maybe you do know guns a bit more. I'd be doing that.
I believe they were all.
Somebody says, what dot? This dot, the thing. So when you see the gun, I don't know if you can see my cursor on your screen, but when you see the gun, you see the Molin Labe there, and then you see the steel slide, right? On top of the slide, you see this thing, right? That thing that sticks up. This thing here. That's what's called, I call that a dot. It's a red dot. And I wonder if I can get a dot off a thing without getting myself nuked by YouTube by showing something. Okay. All right, here we go. I am not handling anything. But I'm going to embiggen myself. All right, here we go. So this is a really cheap, shitty dot. It's a dot that is not worth anything. But, and okay, here we go. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this when I show it to you on screen. There we go. There is. All right. That dot is pointed uncomfortably Runklewards. Let's try to, there we go. Okay. So this is a very cheap, shitty dot. It is, I got this off of Amazon. It's not a great dot, but it is a dot. And so what this thing is you see how it has that, some of them are green, some of them are red. There's a few unusual models that have different other things, but you mount this on top of a pew-pew, right? You mount this on top of one, and then what you do is you look through the sight, and the dot should be your point of aim. So basically, it gives you this big green or red dot or crosshair or whatever it is that tells you where you're about to put rounds. So now this is a great big giant bulky one. I got this one specifically because it looks stupid. Like I got this one to look stupid, but you see it's not connected to anything, right? So what do you call it? Yeah, this is just an optic, right? There's nothing attached to it. Just so everyone is clear, I can wave this around. But yes, you've got that. And so basically in operation, Like if you've got your finger guns here and you've got your dot on the finger guns, then you'd be able to see where the dot is. Like you'd be able to put the dot on whatever you want to hit. And then when you pull the trigger, it should hit the, should hit that target. The way they work is they basically have a one-way half mirror and then a laser that projects. And so it doesn't actually, so the dot is different than a laser. Because like I've got the dot on right now, right? And so let me show you I'm going to use my forehead here just as a, thing. So you can see there's the dot pointing at my forehead. But there's not actually any, it's only visible through this thing, right? It's not visible outside. So it's different than a laser. Like if you watch the, when you watch movies and they always have it where like the sniper is there and the sniper puts the laser on the person's chest. And, that's how you know the guy's about to get shot because there's the laser right there on the person's head. Well, the dot doesn't do that, right? The dot doesn't actually show you nobody else can see it, right? You can see it, but the other people around can't see it. So yeah, it doesn't emit a laser like a laser sight. Difference between a scope and a dot. This is a great question. A scope has enhancement, right? A scope is like binoculars, right? Whereas a dot doesn't. Dot typically is just 1-to-1 for size. So like when I leave page, so if I hold this right up to the thing, you can see that it does not magnify my face in the slightest, right? It's just like glass, right? It's just like a little window you look through. Whereas if I held up a scope, the scope would be making my face bigger. And so you're not usually using a dot for like long distances. If you're taking a shot out to 500 meters, you are, you're not using a dot, you're using a scope, right? You're using an optic. But if you are taking a shot out to, if you want something for in your house, like just for, that kind of distance, a dot is great. So yeah. Hedinger, solid. And for some reason, StreamYard is not showing comments, so I can't bring them up as easily. All right, let's keep going here. And I've got to show you this thing again. And there we go.
6 hours.
So this is a SIG, apparently.
And do you know what happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, a trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
May I have one, Your Honor?
Cross?
So that was direct from the prosecution. And I was like, okay. This made me a bit nervous. I was like, okay, they are going to, they've got some stuff here that they can challenge on this one, but they never actually address it with Kelsey.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective?
Yes, sir.
And you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
part of your job is to investigate officer-involved shootings?
That's one of them, yes.
Yes. Okay. And just do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides as well? And in this case, when was it first brought to your attention that there was an officer-involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
We had Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And what time was the shooting?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was it approximately 6 p.m.?
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30? Okay. What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between North Andover police officers and...
You know what? We're going to skip this guy's cross. And that's just for time, but also I don't think this guy's cross actually landed much of anything. And the reason why I say that is that there really wasn't a whole lot to this guy anyway. That isn't to say it's a bad cross or anything like that. It's just that this guy, I mean, he's a great guy to ask if you have questions about, like, you know, the mechanics of eggs in flight, but otherwise I don't really think he's super important. So let's jump to her.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Torrisi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do
Now,
for...
can we show the prosecution resting? Yes, we can. So we can do that. We'll just jump back to that.
Right, the Commonwealth rests. All right, and
That was the Commonwealth resting. Yeah.
Approximately 11 p.m.
the search,
I do not.
was it, do you recall what court?
Oh, the judge had some questions about the warrant, and the judge's questions were basically, can we confirm I have nothing to do with this warrant? I didn't author it. My clerk didn't touch it. Nobody touched this warrant in this office, right? And he's like, yeah.
Right, the Commonwealth rests. All right, and is there a motion?
There is.
Okay.
I'll stand on the paper.
All right, so it's paper 90. You've been provided Commonwealth a copy?
Yes, I did it.
All right, defendant.
So I saw a question about no motion to strike. There was a motion to strike. Bradel knows that there's that these are very, very rarely granted. So the prosecutions he's like, yes, there's a motion to strike. And he doesn't make any oral argument. He just says, I'm going to stand on the papers. And the judge is like, excellent, denied, moving on. So that's the motion to strike, right? He doesn't not do it, but at the same time, it's very brief. Now I see we hit the goal, and so I have poured myself a drink. Let's go back to her. There we go.
Right up to that mic.
May I inquire? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Torrisi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do?
This is going to be one of the most awkward things. Motion for directed verdict. It was just it's a nothing burger, so that's it.
For a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess. I guess I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 or 4 years. 3 years ago, I had a large staging business.
How long have you lived in your condo complex in North Andover?
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have two.
And do you walk the dog around the complex from time to time?
Every day.
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as
No, when they say walking the dog here, they don't mean like the walk the dog letter. They mean an actual dog. I know it's easy to get confused because we've had multiple trials, but this is not the walk the dog letter. What am I drinking tonight? I have some rum. It is really, or no, sorry, this is Northern Eyes whiskey. It's a nice whiskey. It's a Canadian whiskey. Somebody asked what I'm drinking. Let's, this is, by the way, not sponsored, but if they want to sponsor me, I would be happy to. Northern Eyes whiskey from Edmonton, Alberta. I picked this up because they had, there's a liquor store near me that does like, you go in and occasionally they've got like a little, booth where somebody can set up and do little, tastings. And I went in and they were like, would you like to taste a whiskey? And I was like, you bet I would, because free whiskey, who the hell turns that down? And then they were, and then I tried it and I was like, this is actually really good. And they're like, right? Like, this is really good. And they're like, yeah. So I bought it. Yeah. Son of a Bard, I see your super chat, but it's not yet something I can pull up because for some reason StreamYard is not caught up. I have not read Hepner yet, but I'm gonna be sending Hepner to my lawyer. So the generative AI documents are not covered by attorney-client privilege. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm going to, because I have some use for that case. We'll just go with that. Yeah. As awkward as farting on stream. I mean, farts happen. It happens. I know I've farted while I've been on a stream. I just don't know if you guys have heard it. So yeah. All right. So let's jump back in here.
Duke's father.
And
Duke is his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact and, just general talking about the dogs and whatever. So I've spoken to him a few times and his wife.
Somebody asked why so many ads in the live replays. I don't actually have control over how many ads it puts in. I just turn ads on, but I don't have ads while it's live. I turn on the ads afterwards and then YouTube does it. I don't know if I can turn the ads down. I will see. But yeah, I will have to. If you want to avoid the advertisement, watch it live. Otherwise, I turn it on afterwards and YouTube decides where it puts ads in. And yeah.
About the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just that, I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover? And
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
what was going on at the department.
Now, what we're going to find out is that probably her question here is like, why the fuck do the cops suck so bad in this town? Without realizing that this guy is also a cop from this town. And yeah.
As far as, the shooting, the cop being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, that press conference, the first press conference that was given made no sense. And at that time he said, I'm the shooter.
What he said? I'm the shooter.
He said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them, and I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that, sorry, I'm a little nervous. He had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom.
Note, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. That's a different version of events than Noonan's version. It's also a different version of events than Kelsey's version. So that's interesting, right?
And
Did he use any
He said
certain
that-
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry,
Did he use any certain pejorative about her? What did he call her?
what did he call her? Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that,
So we've got a different version, right? He's telling one story in court where he comes in and she, he keeps his eye on her like he's supposed to, never loses track of her, and she dives for the gun and does this like John Wick shit where she grabs the gun before he can react and gets it in his face and click, click. And all this time he's sitting there going, and then she tap racks as she's retreating. She's cycling that gun. She's trying to shoot him. And he is so damn good that even though she gets he manages to drill her before, like, okay, come on, dude. Like, and, so that's, that's the prosecution's theory on this one. Whereas like this version is a different version, and I'm not saying this version is more truthful. I'm saying this version is that it seems like she was told, like, assuming you find her credible, she was told a different version of events than, different version of events than we find it here in court.
it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked, and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off, and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense.
You're not wrong.
And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them? And he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. I'm sorry.
You're actually supposed to swear. Like if the person swore, you say what they say, right? And yeah. Jody Callahan says, Melanie sent us cupcakes over. I'm a subscriber of yours already. Just letting you know you make a difference on many channels and you're a reliable source according to everyone I watch. That is high praise. I need to watch more of Melanie. I like Melanie. One of these days I want to meet Melanie. That would be really awesome. I'm hoping, I should be able to meet again, because this won't be the first time I met the met the Matas. I met the Matas first at CrimeCon. They were at Emily's thing. So, but I'd like to meet the Matas again, hang out, whatever. We're going to be doing a Chicago meetup. That is going to be pretty awesome, I think, because so the Chicago meetup will be in May, either the 29th or the 30th in the evening. I am still trying to find a properly accessible location. JMR says, not sure who the Matas are. They do defense diaries. So if you go on defense diaries, then yeah. I would love to do a thing with Lawyer Yeah. I really like Peter. He's fantastic. So yeah. All right. Here we go.
Sorry.
Not to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And
So one of the things you have to learn to do if you are, if you're a lawyer, you have to learn to do this. And that is sometimes as a lawyer, you got to say the no words. And what I mean by that is, so I've told this story before. I'm going to tell it again because it's a worthwhile story. If you've heard it, you've heard it. If you haven't heard it, you haven't heard it. So my client was a black guy, right? And I would say African-American, except we're Canadian here. So, he's a black guy. So, he gets into a fight with this other dude. And my argument was this was a consensual fight. The problem is that there was video. And my client smokes the other guy first, right? He takes the first swing. So I needed to argue that, in fact, they were ready to go and they were planning to have a fight. And, that this is a consensual fight, because in Canada, you can consensually have a fight. And so the thing is that on the video, you can't hear any audio, right? And so what I needed to say was basically that the words leading up to it clearly indicated that this guy was getting ready for a fight. And so one of the things I said was, so at that point, you called him the N-word, right? And the guy on the stand says, no. And I went, what? Because he'd actually admitted that he called him the N-word, and he straight up admitted that in the, in when he was speaking to the police. And I'm not going to say the full word here on a YouTube stream because the stream will go down. And so I keep pressing this guy. I'm like, you're saying you didn't call him the N-word? And the guy's like, I did not call him the N-word. And so finally, I'm like, well, what did you call him? Did you call him something? And he says, oh, I called him a... And he just drops the hard R in court. And the thing is, he was correct. He did not call him the N-word, in quotes. He said the word. And so in court, he's like, no, I didn't call him the N-word. I called him... And I was like, oh. So that was the moment that I learned that sometimes as a lawyer, you have to say words in court that maybe you would never say anywhere else on the planet, because it's not a word I like to keep in my vocabulary, right? It's not a word I find to be a useful word for day-to-day interactions or whatever. But yeah, sometimes you got to say fuck. Sometimes you got to say other words that YouTube will totally punish me for. It's just that's how it was. So it's like, okay. And so finally the judge is like, okay, I find that having gone up to this, the accused and said the following right to his face, he knew he was going to have a fight. Like that was clear that he's going to have a fight. They're going to have a fight. And consensual fight. I've got reasonable doubt acquittal. You got to do it, right? So, yeah. Venus Blue Cupcake, Mel and the Cupcakes would love to have you email. I got to figure out where I email and so forth. So, yeah. Glamasu's, May 29th or May 30th. I don't know when it'll be. I'm still looking for a location because I want to find a location that is, I want to find a location that is properly wheelchair accessible. That's about it. So, yeah. And when I say properly wheelchair accessible, I mean, it can't just be like, oh yeah, we accept people with a wheelchair. I want it to be a place where a person in a wheelchair can actually enjoy themselves. And here's something to be aware of when you're thinking about like places for somebody with a wheelchair to go. Right? You've got to think about this, is that everybody will help you get into the bar if you show up in a wheelchair. Nobody will help you actually go take a shit if you have to take a shit, right? So you need a place that has bathrooms that actually, that actually are accessible. And yeah, so people will say, oh yeah, we're wheelchair accessible because they got to ramp up to the door. I need to know, like, can people, actually live in that space and occupy it and feel like humans there? So
He said that she's an excellent whack job.
So was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah, and I was like, wow, that word is used.
Objection.
Yeah, sustain, next question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about?
that objection was because she was about to say, wow, that word was used in another famous Massachusetts trial. The whack job word was from, she was about to say that word was used in Karen Reed. That's what she was about to say. And the prosecution is like, objection. And that objection was properly sustained, right? So very properly sustained.
The, let's say, the propriety of that usage.
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mikey, how did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no, how did they know you heard this?
Objection, relevance.
After the conversation that we had, I was shocked by it. I didn't even know Pat's first name
But how did
By the way, we are about to see a shout out for another YouTuber, another person in the sort of true crime space. We are going to hear a shout out to Mike Crawford of the Young Jerks. He gets a mention here. So I find that to be really interesting. This is kind of an interesting little moment in this trial. So, yeah.
Did you contact someone?
I did, and a little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody.
Who?
Mike Crawford, that I knew was in contact with the defense, and, because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike.
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
With Mike,
No, with this conversation with Pat.
it was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yeah.
Okay. You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're on Maureen Sullivan's Jersey, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have, yeah,
Okay, can I
sure.
go through this?
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was this? July 10th, okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a.
Yeah, it's a simple
article from-
question.
I'm sorry, it's an article from, It looks like a post from Mike Crawford.
Right.
I reposted that.
Mike Crawford, who is also on the Young Jerks. So that is kind of an interesting moment here. I'm just going to say Facebook and so forth is having more and more of an impact on trials. I had a trial where the allegations were bad, but we show up at day of trial, and I had the complainant's Facebook page, which was public, right? The Facebook page was, was public. And so what she said on Facebook was, he's going down today. I don't care if I have to lie to make it happen. Like, literally, that's what was said on Facebook. And so I walk in with that little printout on my, on my file. And that trial did not run. That trial was over. It was done before it started because I showed, I showed the prosecution that, and the prosecution's like, I'm going to talk to the complainant and see what the complainant has to say about it. And then came back and was like, we're not running this. We're not running this, this trial today. The complainant has indicated that they do not want to run this trial today. And I was like, yay. If you just say publicly that you're willing to lie to see somebody go down, yeah, that's over. That's done.
Posted that.
Yes.
What did you repost?
I can't see it. Like, what's the context of Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
What is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not raising my voice anything more than to just have a timeout, but hold on a second, ma'am. Just wait for, and Mr. Gubitosi has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So Mr. Gubitosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right, thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see, no.
Okay,
From
Mrs.
July 10th, I can't read. My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it. It's my problem.
If I may.
She's like, could you print this out in a font that is legible, please? Oh my God. Mr. Gubitosi, this is your impeachment material. You got to make sure it's super freaking legible. Okay.
For the witness, exhibit it up here, maybe if it's bigger.
Any objection?
I don't see the relevance of this, Judge. I object.
All right, well,
And there's no time.
I will say I do actually kind of see the relevance of her reposting. Like, I do think it is fair for cross-examination purposes. I will reluctantly disagree with Mr. Bradley here, although I would object too. So I would object, but I'd expect to lose.
As to why the facts are stated.
all right, let's first things first, let's mark it for ID.
I can't read it either.
Exhibit E for identification.
Okay. All right. Now, I guess my question for Mr. Gubitosi is, why would the putting it on the screen allow it to be more legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at it. Maybe it won't.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know what question
Okay.
actually.
All right. So let's take it a step at a time. So you can put it on the screen. She can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like.
What? So that's her apparently reposting Mike Crawford. What? Are those letters? Like, This looks like hieroglyphics to me, right? It looks like, and I'm like, is this the best you could do? Is all right, fine.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne, that was exhibit what?
Read the big print.
Up here?
Yeah.
Attorney Tim Bradle of North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay.
Why is this printed so badly? Like, I can read in 2 different languages, and this is neither of them.
And so it's a statement. I'll let you get back to that.
Just for the record, I could not hear what you just said. I could see
I can
something.
read it from here, the big one.
Okay.
Right, it's just my eyesight's horrible.
Sure.
Yeah, I just can't read it. It says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey
Okay, so
Fitzsimmons.
you reposted
Simmons.
the statement that Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you comment about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea. What
Okay,
do you
put your
think?
hand on? Yeah. I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
I'm just, yes, that's my name, and yes, this is a, well, it's a comment.
It's a comment that
To a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Well,
Hold on, Mr. Market for ID, please. And, Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have it.
Okay.
Exhibit F, Samar.
Thank you.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure.
If he reaches out, I'd be happy to. Yeah.
Joseph LaHood, who's the, I'm commenting too, yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
You just objected to her making this akin to the Karen Reed trial. Like, my dude, if you want to, like, this, I was just like, oh my God, prosecutor, you've got to decide one way or the other which way you want to go. Because if I was trying to say that she is trying to bullshit this to compare it to the Karen Reed trial, I would not have objected to her saying, you know, that the whack job thing was the same as the Karen Reed trial, right? You want that in if you want that in. I was like, either you want Karen Reed out entirely or you want her to say Karen Reed on direct. Like, that was your argument, dude. You objected to your own strategy. I mean, he had a bad day today.
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those are your words, weren't they?
I don't know is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
He's like, those were your words. You said cover up, right?
A setup from the get-go, correct?
Correct.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then you mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton.
I did.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So a couple
So she didn't say cover up. You said cover up.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry, and there's more eyes on things now.
Okay, I'm going to show you something else. I'm sorry.
Let's have that marked on your way out. Thanks.
Exhibit G, Lamar.
Can you first look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Flip to the second page. And see if you have any comments to that.
Yep, I sure did.
Can you read the first page out loud, please?
The post itself?
Yeah.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, what's her last name? Do you
If you
want to
can't
spell
read the
it?
last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows, as all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Thank you.
The thing is that one works either way as well. The let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues, because either you think that Kelsey Fitzsimmons was shot by a colleague improperly, or you think Noonan's life was in danger and he needed to defend himself from his colleague. Your own theory is, oh my God. I mean, I get it, and I wouldn't actually put much weight on her testimony, right? I'm just like, okay, fine. I don't necessarily put a whole lot of weight, except the main thing is that the whack job part, which was actually admitted by Noonan. Noonan admitted the whack job thing. Huh.
Redirect. All right, now you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant, sorry. The defendant calls Lord Page. Water?
So, I mean, there is at least some corroboration in the fact that we have, we've got that whack job comment.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And who is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller assistant manager. Excuse me.
All right, let's skip ahead a little bit.
Okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house? Is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
8-10 minutes.
Close drive, correct?
Yes.
And
You knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Layan, did you not?
I did,
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
yes,
And that Justin was a father.
yes,
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025.
yes,
And did you know her fiance's parents' sister? Just yes or no?
yes,
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
yes,
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts. Is that also correct?
correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very,
I thought it would be entertaining if she was like, well, he's very pink.
happy baby,
Easy to take care of?
yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If you needed to eat,
When he was hungry?
yes,
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right?
yes.
At that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillipsbrook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is
With
that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes,
Mrs. Page, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
yes,
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
yes,
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes,
And at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30,
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let you know if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes,
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30,
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45,
Okay. And you were working that day, right?
yes,
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work? And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right. Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS? And as a result of that call, Mrs. Page, what did you do?
Went back to her house,
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45,
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
yes,
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
under 10 minutes.
When you arrived at the house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars,
Did you go in the house
yes, I went right up,
and doors open? You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
It's a police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No,
He was holding Caden, you said,
Yes.
correct?
I'm sorry, no,
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
no.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him so I could settle him down.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
Okay. So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes,
And his
This is bizarre to me, right? because you've got this guy who's getting an order, and the order is like, these orders are not just for like, you know, she's gonna stab me, or she's gonna run me over with her car, or she's gonna, you know, shoot me or whatever, but they're also for things like she's gonna threaten me. Why would you take these two and put them in the same space? It's crazy. Like, why would you not have Child and Family Services show up, take the child, and like walk the child, you know, 3 blocks down, right? You guys can wait, you know, at an intersection 3 blocks down. We'll be there real soon, right?
Sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room.
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens next, Mrs. Page?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No.
And did you actually give, who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Weird, huh? This is Dad, and Dad takes the baby and like hot potatoes the baby. Dad is like, oh shit, baby, those things stink. You know, man, don't want this.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No.
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
Car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall, is that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No.
Did you know where she was?
Upstairs.
And while you were downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no. And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Did you hear Kelsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
I gotta say, I kind of felt a tug, like at my, you know, I felt a little tug at my chest there when I heard her yes. Did you hear Kelsey make any noises? You know, the way she says the yes, I'm like, oh, that hurt.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch, and after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs, and I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any
I
noise?
was screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So the key thing, the main thing she was there to testify about was the Kelsey, no, bang, bang, right? That's what she's here for.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may sit you may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call.
And prosecution has no questions. So when she testifies that she saw Justin run out by the window, like you remember that scene where he's running out, you can just hear the whoop, 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 like you can hear the yakety sax, right? I mean, father of the year right there, right? You hear gunfire and you just take off running. like, yeah. Now we get to the most important witness of the day, and that is Kelsey.
Yourself right up to that mic.
I wonder if I know that Betterow is sort of tuned into like the Twitter sphere and so forth. I don't know how much Bradle is, but we often comment here. I'm just gonna jump back. We often comment on like what you want, a witness to wear. I actually really like the outfit she's got here. I think it's a great choice. It's not, it's not flashy, but it's, my client shows up wearing this. I got no complaints. I think this is a great choice. It doesn't look like she's, it doesn't look like she's showing up in sort of a showy off kind of outfit. It looks, very practical, understated. It's fantastic, I think. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mary Clark. Thank you. Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
State your name and spell your last name.
How many piercings is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? That's
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Fitzsimmons.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you mind just pulling that mic a little bit closer just so that we can hear you?
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer.
I'm 29 years old.
29. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
What's the town of your residence?
Currently, Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Methuen,
Methuen?
Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
they have a town like Methuen. I wonder what people did in the RVs there.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
We're gonna jump.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I think
Okay, she's very good. We're gonna jump past that as well.
a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go? And tell us about law school a little bit.
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
And did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy?
Yes,
And you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff?
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody's needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there. And there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay, and in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes into lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point, you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
And what was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there
I wonder how she feels about that now, because I mean, she clearly can't be a police officer in North Andover because, you know, they like Noonan, they like, you know, all of these people, and so, not great. Oh, I wasn't judging the piercings. I was saying she's got a bunch of them. I actually think she looked like they're one cartilage piercing on top. Yeah, fair enough. It might be. I wasn't sure on that. I'm not criticizing the piercings, by the by. I was just observing that they're there.
some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes, while I was working for the sheriff's department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly, was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened, and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so
Yeah,
forth?
like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stay there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted, I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off, so it was 5 days a week.
Okay. When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have?
All right, we're going to jump ahead a little bit here. She's going through her background, but so far what you see is that she's actually like very personable, right? She's very friendly. I think she comes off like
that we're assigned.
I think and at this point she's coming off great. So yeah. I really like, you know, the way she, I like the way she testifies. I like her demeanor. I think she's doing fantastic so far, but she's not to the meat of things yet.
To train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
No. Can you just, oh, yeah.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And you, after you finished with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say and you know, report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, like, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I think, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on, and I was signed off. And that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in the end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
So the do you serve restraining orders thing is kind of important because the do you serve restraining orders aspect is something where the prosecution tries to dunk on them and fails badly on that, like so badly.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a
Yeah,
nutshell, we met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off.
Facebook, that's the beginning of where things start to go wrong here. We met through Facebook, and I'm like, oh, that's a
While I was in the academy, we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinged me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes, and we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
You see, now we've got a way better view here because this is basically like pore cam. We can count her pores, right? And so, but I just want you to go and see this. Like, just watch her face at this question.
Moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
Do you see the little involuntary like quirk of the the quirk of smile there? She mentions the baby and she just can't help but go, it's a thing.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
And
as compared to Justin, who seems to be like aware the baby exists.
Justin Elaine is the father?
Yes.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
Okay. So let's rewind the events of that. So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Now, some people found that to be not believable. They said, well, wouldn't she have seen it coming? People get blindsided by divorces all the time, right? It happens all the time that people get blindsided by a divorce. So, yeah.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie?
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Okay. Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it, so I
found myself wondering here because they've got the windows open and they're aware of this, and you hear the police car sort of regularly sort of spinning up the siren there. I'm wondering if they're doing it, like I found myself wondering if that was on purpose, right?
went out basically the day I gave birth to him.
And his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
Now, when you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
It did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work. And his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Next argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad. You're not a babysitter. You can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't look.
So here's the thing. There were signs that this relationship was in the toilet, right? There were signs, and I just don't think she saw the signs, right? Because she's like, you know, when he's like, I can pick him up, I can watch him, I can whatever. It's like there's, oh, you can't hear me. Why did my audio go down? Are you able to hear me now? I'm just trying to fix this. Give me a second. Pushing buttons, wiggle joysticks. Let's see if you guys can hear it. Okay. I think that there were a bunch of red flags and that she was not seeing them, right? Because, like, if I didn't come home for several days and Mrs. Runkle was like, hey, you know, you need to look after Zora. You know, I need you to, like, take care of the pups. We don't have kids, but, like, I need you to take care of the pups. And I was like, I will come pick them up. She'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Kelsey missed it, right? So she was blindsided, but, you know, you can see there's signs.
Like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like your dad.
And at some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift. So
there's something about gas money as well?
Yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind.
I find this, I mean, I get clients who are like, I don't have any gas money. I don't know if I can make it to court. And the thing is my clients are like meth addicts and, you know, have the job of like, their employment is I steal copper. Right? Okay. Now, why is my volume real low? Okay, I'm trying to fix this, folks. I'm trying to adjust as best I can. So I've got clients who are like meth addicts whose occupation is I steal copper, and they can find a way to afford gas money. But like, this is a situation where this guy has a good job. He's a firefighter. He lives with his parents. And, you know, so living with his parents means that like his income is super, or his expenses are super how is it that they can find gas money and this guy can't?
Rewind you a little bit. So there's some texting about this, right? And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes, like looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to, factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm going to bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but when I was on my way, he calls
Well,
me.
hold on a second, just to be, yes.
I just need to confer with our court staff. Mr. Wayne, can you turn the?
Ugh. By the way, this is what you hear if you're actually in the courtroom. The court TV and so forth turns it down, but I remember from the Depp trial when they turn on that, like the static, when they it just it's unpleasant, right? I didn't like sitting in court when they're blasting that, and yeah. And then I play it again. Lovely. Runkle, you suck. Stop that. Here we go. Back to her.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common, is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me. I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said,
my mom just gave me gas money. This is a grown-ass adult. This is a grown-ass adult. And he lives with his parents. His mom gives him gas money. I'm like, what? You know, the last time my mom gave me gas money, I'm pretty sure I was like 17 or something. And I was, in university and not working because I was just in university. And yeah, somebody in chat says, oh yeah, and his sister helped him fill out the RO application. Ladies of North Andover, this man is single. And you should be doing your absolute best to make sure he stays that way, because holy shit, do not. Do not. I'm just wondering how he managed to have a kid. Did his mom show up and help, or oh. Anyway, when he took a break from testifying and he was like, I'm going to the bathroom, did his mom follow him in to do a little wiping, or
said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
Okay. And after that, you went to work?
I went to work.
With Caden?
With Caden.
And what was the schedule? What was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a 1-hour CPR training. So it was going to go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? what was the, general kind of mood of you going there?
So I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you trained for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon? With a G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but.
Did he?
I laughed. The audience laughed because she's like, you give a baby to a guy and he doesn't know what to do. And it's funny. I'm like, okay, she's got a bit of a sense of humor. She does a bit of trolling.
He did, yeah.
And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
You trusted him?
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How did that, how long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just Lieutenant Domenico. I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was like more focused on go to the park. So I was like, I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
This thing about, he says she stole his debit card. If you stole my debit card right now, I could walk to the bank if I had to. I mean, it wouldn't be a fun walk, but I could walk to the bank. And be like, hey, my debit card got stolen. And they'd print me out a new debit card like right away. Now, if you stole my debit card and all of my ID, that would be a little bit more difficult. But, just the whole thing about I see people talking about like, oh, she stole his, she was accused of stealing his debit card. I'm like, yeah, that's not really a speed bump.
What was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m. And I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes. So the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did. And he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Okay. Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck. And at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on?
And
right now?
this meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the common or something like that? What did you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it. And I was like,
did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person lives.
Sorry. Do you have a question?
I just, so who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
right.
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay. Yes. So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party. And so that's in my mind, that made me even more confused. It didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there, why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the common or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the common.
And you got there what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Kaden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did he ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time did you make a plan?
So, I mean, there are some signs that things are weird, but she's still not cluing in, right? So,
Decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
Okay. And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you and you were...
To get coffee.
And you were trying to focus on meeting with Justin.
Trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you, I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance at work.
To Michelle, you said that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m. So sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, so or formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that? So you didn't.
So we're going to hear about the car parking thing, which is like the biggest, weirdest, like all of these cops were like, she was not parked where she was supposed to be parked. So I was super suspicious because, oh my God, she's parked in a different place. And I'm like, how the fuck would you notice this? How would you know? Right?
Park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's my
Road,
home.
single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
Okay. And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line?
Yes.
All right. And when you came back from the common, you parked in there.
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there. That didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
Had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag. I had him in his little carrier. And I think I had my phone in my hand and my house keys.
You walked around and you went to your door?
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yeah, my front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you get up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
Okay. What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Kaden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom?
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I knew she'd come over and maybe like have a different.
Figure this out.
Yeah.
Real interesting, right? She doesn't know what's going on. She calls her mom. Like, she was just getting. She's more perceptive than your average bear too, because your average person would have just walked into this and gotten suckered. So yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move. What was your?
Mr. Braid, also, I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you could just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused, and I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the common and getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the common, but because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home, you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle?
Yes, beat him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there? Approximately.
Like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Kaden. She did my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house a little bit for me. We were talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. So maybe like 5 o'clock she left.
Okay. Was her car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and left in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was going to be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby. So I was going to go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th. So that's what I'm going to do. And
the idea of sitting around.
I just didn't.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I was just sustained.
Oh.
So next question.
Witnesses get confused by that all the time. I try to caution them that when there's an objection, they should stop answering the question. And if it's sustained, they should, that's it. So, yeah.
Why did you want to go up to the land?
To clear my mind. I've brought Kaden there 2 times before, and like her 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm
you can also like you can hear her smile when she talks about this kind of stuff. You know, for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there, and she's got this big grin. Compare and contrast with how Justin was talking about his kid. It's the same kid, right? She loves that kid. He is aware that that kid exists. Like that's the vibe they give. And I'm just like, wow, such a huge difference.
Going to my land, he knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked out to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside. So I was just curious, like, how long was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those timestamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
hour ahead.
All right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
So are you referring to what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can come back to it later. I do that all the time. That's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms, and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched-in area. Walked out onto the porch and opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly, you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and then Officer Noonan came. It was like a pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. The call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
Okay. And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid, and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan? Yeah,
we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No.
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
No.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston, probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day. Houston and I were friends.
So some of this is not super important. It's establishing relationships, but we're going through it because she is the most critical witness. And so you get to see her demeanor, you get to see all of these things. And one of the things that I just want you to notice is how she's answering questions now, which is very casually, very, calmly, very and yeah.
He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He's a work friend.
He's a work friend. Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in, or how did that happen?
I opened the door, and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right. When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come in, and I said, okay.
That's a really common move for police, by the way, where you open the door and they put a foot in so that you can't close the door, right? This is also why I recommend a video doorbell. I have a video doorbell because when somebody knocks, instead of answering the door, you can just video doorbell. And it annoys the piss out of people sometimes when they're like, would you come to the door? And it's like, no, we could talk just fine from here. There is very rarely any need for, for you to go to the door in person. And quite frankly, if you're going to get attacked in a home invasion, they may well be doing so from, what do you call it? They may well be doing so by getting you to open the door and then that. Now, I use a video doorbell system that has local recording. So my recordings are to an encrypted machine that sits right next to me. It's how I like it. So that is where I want things to be. I see people saying she would have let them in anyway. I mean, maybe, but that's not how I roll. I mean, if they say we've got a warrant, then yeah, you let them in, right? But you get sketchy ass people sometimes who come to the door, and you're much happier with them being on the doorstep and you being somewhere the fuck else. Oh, I just noticed that her earrings are like little charms. That's also kind of cool.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the five of you got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Kaden down in his car seat. They refer to it as like a rocker does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him. So when I put him down, he was obviously crying. And I was like, whatever this is, I'm going to hold my son. Because they had a folder.
I mean, probably not. That would be very weird if my legal assistant showed up at the door. I just started another goal for buy Runkle a drink because, yeah, we're going to need one for the prosecution's cross, which is super short.
They're going to give me something. Wasn't
at that moment?
Yeah.
Did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Kaden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him. And then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying, and I was like, no, I'm gonna hold my son, whatever this is. Like, I'm gonna feed my baby and read it. So I picked Caden back up, and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope, and that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it, and he's talking to you, and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby isn't crying anymore. I picked him up, and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't. And they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Caden was on it as well. And
did that affect your state of mind?
yes.
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer to be brought out of my house.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Caden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daly said that the court date was in 14 days. So he said, pack enough for 2 weeks. And
why the fuck would Dad need why would Dad need a bag packed for 2 weeks? Isn't Dad? Yeah. Okay. I don't know. It seems like Dad should have stuff like that.
He said that to you?
yes,
Okay. So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
no, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Caden because he was going to go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was when that came up?
That was when the 3 of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No, I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes,
So you had to put Caden somewhere.
yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Mom looked around and figured she found the best choice, right? Yeah.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, oh, I haven't done this in a while, like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, et cetera, are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will?
Meeting? State.
I'm just asking her what she's thinking, Your Honor. I mean,
It could still be leading, so yeah.
what are you thinking?
So it took, I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening. And there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Kaden is not.
Spoiler alert, you do not have a wedding in 4 months. And you can tell she's still not processing what's happening, right? I'm like, here's the thing. I don't think Justin can get all the way through a big shit without his mother's help or his sister's help or somebody, right? Like, a small one maybe, but a larger one, he's running into some trouble. So it seems like family might have decided that, they don't like her and engineered this. That's my theory on this. That's my supposition. And so she doesn't know because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Kaden? Like, I just kept in my mind.
The heartbreaking thing is that it ends up being a lot more than 2 weeks. And that is really heartbreaking.
It was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on.
Why the fuck is the dog on the restraining order? And so, like, I was gonna take the John Wick image, like the John Z. Fitzwick image off the thumbnail, until this part where they're like, they actually took her dog. It's crazy.
Can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order. So my son,
your dog or Justin's dog?
He was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house, and I knew that was going to be my job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good. If at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room. And his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula. And he was just getting introduced to like purees. And I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No.
Why did you?
So here's the thing. I saw some people being like, oh my God, she admitted to lying. I'm like, yeah, she admitted to lying in the middle of a like suicidal episode. But she's coming off as truthful now, right? That's the thing, is she's coming off as, and so notwithstanding that now the thing is that if I was the prosecution, I would be like, okay, I would make noise about this, right? You lied to police officers, right? And these officers were your friends, and you lied to your friends, the police officers. You want to, And the prosecution never gets there. They just don't. And there was a bunch of stuff that could be used against her in this, in direct, that they could have used on cross, and they just didn't.
Because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe.
In your bedroom?
In my bedroom.
Thank you. So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal practice to put a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers. So I didn't think Justin was in the house.
The opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of argument, you separate.
And so what she means is, like, you show up at a domestic, right? The officers show up and there's husband and wife and they're having a fight. You put husband in room 1 with cops on husband watching. You put, wife in room 2 with cops on wife watching. And you don't assume that either of them is going to be a, hello, hi, Kurt. You don't assume that either of them is going to be safe, because both of them could theoretically be dangerous. But, you don't have them come to the same space. It feels like normally when you see a situation where police are charged or something, normally you see that police, they cut each other all sorts of favors, right? So for example, you'll see things, and I've just poured myself, we hit the goal, so I poured myself another drink here. You'll see situations where, like, police are arrested or a police officer gets arrested and they will, like, avoid doing the perp walk, right? Everyone else gets the perp walk where you get to see them, like, marched in through, marched past the reporters and they can all take pictures. But you'll see, like, an officer gets arrested and they'll bring them in a side door, or, they'll, I saw one where they did the perp walk, but the officers actually arranged the guy's coat over his head so that you couldn't get a picture of the officer who was being arrested, even though he was in handcuffs. And I'm like, they wouldn't have done that for anyone else, right? But instead, in this case, it feels like Justin got all of the breaks that normally the police would get, and she got none of them. And that was very odd. Like, why was she treated like this and he was treated with, like, such, it feels very weird.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you, like, what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not, though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs?
Yes.
And you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police officers in that? These police officers in particular?
'Cause I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life. I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just...
Okay. Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
Do you remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Was that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Keaton's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin Struck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, can you bring this downstairs?
What happened after you said that?
Somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier?
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
And this is like every officer agreed basically that she was trying to get them to go away. And the thing is that's entirely consistent with, that's entirely consistent with her testimony, but it doesn't make much sense if the plan is to go and try to kill everybody. And so this is why the prosecution appears to have changed theories. And the theory that they seem to have gone to is that she was trying to kill Justin. And the thing is if she is trying to kill Justin, then why the fuck did you bring Justin to the house? Like, even on the prosecution's own theory, this is a damning indictment of the police in North Andover, because they're like, oh yeah, she was trying to kill Justin, who we brought there. Like, you've got to be kidding me, right? Oh.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
what was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot. That was not my intention, and that's not what I
mean, her intention kind of was to get shot, but her intention was not to get shot by anybody other than her. That's like, there is a distinction here. She's recognizing that it would be traumatic for another officer to shoot her.
I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
So, but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I would never do that. Even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I think my decision to do it to myself was selfish to everybody who loves me. So I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many different times did you try to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs it was Officer Noonan and yourself?
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay,
When
hold
we
on.
walk up the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you you finish up in the other room and you go to your room.
Yes.
All right. Tell us the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. Because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
Okay. What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
So here's the thing. Her testimony of Officer Noonan left me alone in the room, which, is basically saying that Noonan fucked up, right? And I find it credible. I find it credible that Noonan screwed up, that Noonan, I find it credible that Noonan, made a mistake. And then everything spirals, right? So if Noonan comes back and she's got a gun to her head, Noonan fucked up because he was never supposed to leave her alone.
What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No.
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
Yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston down the stairs.
Did he stay that way or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because...
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and downstairs, you can hear going up and downstairs. Did you hear any particular number of steps?
No, I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
Okay. And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah. There was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like...
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox, yeah. Yes.
Mr. Griffin, can you just give me a moment to catch up?
Sure, absolutely.
I didn't think it was a shoebox, but now it looks like a shoebox. So maybe it's a shoebox. I hadn't, and I think part of it was that I saw this curved thing, but it looks like that's just a piece of paper in the box. So yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say that that box was not on the, what did you say about that box?
That box was not there. The top of that chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you.
Ready to go, sir?
Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I would rock in, and it was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
Okay. And to get at your guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest?
Yes.
where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to your,
Like I just
you made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards. And I don't want to make the motion of what I did because it's horrible. But I put the gun up to my head.
Which hand?
My right hand.
And where on your head did you put it? Can you just describe it?
My temple.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said, fuck.
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before.
I didn't like that line because, like, I don't think I got to the K. I mean, it's kind of a weird phrasing there. So, like, I don't think I got to the K, like, because you don't spell it out like F-U-C-K, right? And it's a very punchy word. I mean, I would have just, what she means is, I don't think I finished the word, right? It's flowery language, but it opens up to shitty questions, right? So yeah.
I was shot.
What does that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt.
You know, I get what you mean. This is the kind of thing that you can snipe at, that you can pick people apart with in a cross, right? So yeah.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well,
on.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head, and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground, and the firearm fell on the ground.
A couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it?
Correct.
No, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Noonan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No,
towards Noonan?
no, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No, never,
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
never.
This is the key thing, because one of the things we're going to talk about, and there's been some discussion of it online, is the actual legal test here, because the actual legal test is really important. We're going to get through Kelsey, and then we're going to cover the actual legal test because it is critical to this case. But that is why he's asking this question of whether she intended to hurt Noonan.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, I mean, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And after I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it. And the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me, and then I think Noonan walked back over to me.
The court volume just dropped, so that wasn't me.
And like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? It hurts, and then I just wasn't even. I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
So you get shot, and you got shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. Well, after being shot, how did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Where your leg?
Now, one of the things, and I think I missed the moment when she said it, but she says that she gets shot and she flies back after she's been hit, right? That she gets shot and like flies back. And I'm like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. And the reason why I say no, you didn't is because there isn't that much oomph to getting shot. Like, it's not like the movies where you get like, but I can see she gets shot and she stumbles. Here.
That was speaking as much as I completely.
Let's go back and find it.
Recollect affect your ability after being shot, right?
Yeah.
So
he said exactly on it was.
We're gonna go find it.
It never happened. I never pointed the gun at his wife in the back. And
circumstances in your time getting to know him.
He was like, I mean.
All right, people are disagreeing with me on the words. Let's go find the exact words.
No, never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of
right hand?
And where on your head did you put it? Can you just describe it?
My temple.
We'll just, let's go look at
Noonan
it.
in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked.
I might be wrong, so let's go watch it.
Walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said, fuck.
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before I was shot.
What did that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards. hurt.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
No, it didn't knock you backwards. This is the thing. A bullet impact actually has surprisingly little impact because it, you know, and it's a bad question. The thing is that when you get hit, she might stumble backwards, she might fall backwards, but, you know, it's not knocking her backwards. That's a Hollywoodism, right? That's kind of a Hollywoodism there. The thing is that somebody giving you like a light tap like that is about as much force as you're getting out of a out of a gunshot. It's just that the gunshot is all of that force right into a really... So the problem is that they've got an explanation issue in the sense that supposedly there's this, thing right at the door, like very close to the door, and then she ends up across the room, right? And so it makes sense if she ends up across the room because she stumbles backwards, right? But if she's knocked backwards or flies backwards or even falls backwards, it doesn't make as much sense. Now, if I'm the prosecutor, I'm cross-examining on this. I see people saying it's her perception of what happens. Yes, I get it, folks. I get what is happening here. It's just a bad choice of words. And this is the kind of thing you lock into on a cross. My point here is that this opens up a line of attack on cross that the prosecution could have used. And the prosecution could be like, so you're saying it knocked you backwards. You're saying, that, and that's how you end up across the room, right? So the prosecution could use this to try to suggest that Noonan's version is correct and that her version is wrong. I believe her, folks. Be clear on this. I believe her in the sense that I think she probably got shot and stumbled backwards, right? But the thing is you have to be, these are the kinds of language choices and things that actually create potential for attack on cross-examination. And if I was the prosecutor, I would be absolutely going after this. The problem is that the prosecutor, this doesn't end up meaning anything. This doesn't end up actually mattering because the prosecutor doesn't do shit with it. The prosecutor just lets it go. And there were all of these little things. If there was a good prosecutor, I've been up against prosecutors who could have taken these little things and made it into, like, they got to attack her credibility. They got to suggest that she is Elaine Burris. Of course I listened to her testimony. I understand you're saying I find her credible. I find her credible too. Like, you need to understand, I am just saying these are the lines that allow you to attack things. So when you're saying I didn't listen to her testimony, I know this is the kind of stuff I would have expected to have to fix on redirect. Except the problem is that the prosecutor, given these openings, does nothing with them. You expect her to use perfect words. No, I don't. I am just pointing out that when you don't use perfect words, that it creates an opening. This is what cross-examination is about. I expected to see how she would deal with these things on cross-examination. I was expecting to be like, okay, like when I heard this, I was like, here's where the cross-examination is going. Here's where this is going to be. There's going to be targeting this. And this is part of why the cross-examination is such dog shit, because there's moments like this that I'm just like, these are potential openings that were given there, and that the prosecution just does nothing with at all. And I was just like, oh my God, I just can't. So yeah, I'm not saying that I think her story is bullshit. I don't think her story is bullshit. I think it makes sense. I just am like, this was one of the places that I didn't love her testimony, because it creates the opportunity for a prosecutor to go after her and potentially make her look bad if they were good at this and good at doing their job, right? So, and people saying in chat, oh, you've got to pick the perfect words. Yes, you do. That's what this is about. You absolutely go after somebody when they choose bad language that you can attack them on.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well,
on.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, or whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head, and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground, and the firearm fell on the ground.
A couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that?
The thing is in order for her to get from where she is to where ultimately we hear a bunch of officers say she's laying, I think that it's more than just she falls. It's more than just she gets hit. And the thing is, if you watch actual shootings, what you see is people typically get shot and kind of crumple, and they don't go that far. I suspect what happens is she gets shot and she stumbles back and probably like grabs for the bed and, and ends up where she's at, right? That makes sense to me.
When you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it?
Correct.
No, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Noonan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No.
towards Noonan?
No, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No, never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And like, after I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it, and the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son.
This is contradicting Noonan, because Noonan is like, we barely even met. Like, she was just a face in the elevator. And, I don't care if she stubs her toe. I don't care, what happens. And she's like, no, I've met his wife. Like, not a lot of people have met Mrs. Runkle. So you get the idea, right?
Just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me, and then I think Noonan walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe. And I think I was just like, why did you do that? It hurts. And then I just wasn't able. I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
So you get shot, and you got shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. Well, after being shot, what was your? How did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
This is really common. You'll see people who've been shot and killed, and they'll do things like they'll sit down, and it isn't until, like, unless you get hit in the brain, it's not going to shut you off like a light. And if you get hit like in the heart, you'll die very quickly because of lack of blood flow. But if you get hit in, you could take a lot of bullets and still be conscious, even in situations where where your death is certain. So, yeah. Will the defense recall Noonan? No, he's done.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
They embiggened the they made this so much bigger, the text for super chats now. So now it just completely obliterates my face.
What do you remember next?
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in like.
Kate, maybe the thing is you don't actually bleed all that much when you're shot, believe it or not. It actually takes a while. And if they go and pick her up very quickly, and there's not going to be a lot of blood there. It's just there isn't. I know people expect there to be lots and lots of blood because you watch you watch movies and so forth, but there actually isn't that much blood there. Especially with a lung hit, because with a lung hit, you bleed a lot into your lungs as opposed to outside onto the floor. There's not a lot of it. And that's very common.
A bag.
A sack.
And like they were all tall guys, and I knew that my ceiling, you would bump your head if you're over like 5'10". So when they were carrying me down, I said, watch your heads. And they brought me outside, and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face, and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand I didn't know what just happened. I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like nothing really I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you, at any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Noonan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes. He came in, and I think he put medical gauze on the wounds. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was like trying to focus on breathing because it felt like I was choking. Like it felt like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and at what point in the trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot.
This is another thing that I might have jumped on her with a bit because the gun wasn't unloaded. It was unchambered, but she might not have known that.
I said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you? They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion.
I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital.
What hospital did you go to?
I was flown by med flight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelni's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
His first name's Kevin.
And it says, let me take a crack at that.
Why don't you spell that? She's like, I didn't realize this was going to be on the test. I did not study for this.
Is it Smirtelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole.
No, the gun wouldn't have clicked both times, though, re-racking it in between. And the thing is that the prosecution could have asked her questions about that, like, did it click a second time, and see if her testimony makes sense, but they didn't, because the prosecution's cross was lazy and shitty.
The whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me, and I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Okay. So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or it shut off. And when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you. And I just like tapped him and like gestured. It felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking I couldn't get a breath. So I just like told him, like, I couldn't talk, but I gestured like to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working. And I think they had switched the tank or something or turned it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter and they had to fix it.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally.
I really hope she's getting some counseling, and I hope that the thing is that what she's been through since her charges is like the opposite of healing energy, right? Oh, right. Let's keep her in jail because she can't blow in the breathalyzer enough, right? Like, okay.
So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment, but I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And how many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
And what were the kind of the main issues that
Objection to the relevance.
I kind of agree with the prosecution that it may not be relevant, but
Relevance?
just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her?
Sustained.
May I have a moment, please? Your Honor?
Yes. Take your time.
her injuries here are not super relevant to her charges. So jumping ahead again. Now we're going to go and we're going to watch the cross. And remember, I identified a bunch of things that the thing is that she's a good witness overall, right? Overall, she's a good witness. Overall, if I'm the defense team, I'm very happy with what she has done, with like the testimony she's given. But there are a few places where I was like, all right, we have some things that the prosecution can pull at, some openings that were left, some places where her wording was not great, some places where, as a defense lawyer, I look at it and I go, okay. Because, like, as a defense lawyer, I look at a direct exam and I map out my cross. Like, I'm mapping my cross in my head. And one of the things to just mention here is that defense lawyers mostly do cross-examinations. Prosecutors mostly do directs. And the reason why is the burden of proof, right? A lot of defense cases call no evidence whatsoever. And we just argue based on, we just cross-examine and then argue that. But whenever so we spend a lot of time sitting there. We've got a pre-planned cross, right? We've got a bunch of stuff we're planning to ask. Avenues of attack we're planning, prep we've got, all of these things, right? But you also listen to the direct and you look for any little hole or gap or any of these things. She didn't prove he lied. She doesn't have to. She doesn't have the burden of proof. The prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she's lying. Prosecution's got to prove she's lying. But as a defense lawyer, anytime the other side is calling their witness, you're listening and you've got your pre-planned cross, but you're also mining everything they say for any lines of attack that you can use to go after them. And if they say, if the witness misspeaks, if the witness says something wrong, let's say the van is a really dark blue and the witness says it's black, and the witness means it's a really dark blue. You can absolutely impeach them on, okay, so you said that it was a black vehicle, right? Yes. And you're sure it's a black vehicle, right? Yes. It's not any other color, right? It's black, right? Yes. Okay. Here's a picture. You'd agree that it's blue, right? I guess. Okay, so when you said you were really sure that it was black, you were wrong, right? Yeah. Okay, so you got that wrong. How do we know you know anything else? And the thing is, does anyone take black versus dark blue seriously? They might. If the witness testifies confidently that it's black and you get them to double down and the witness agrees that it's definitely black and it's definitely not, any other color, it's definitely not blue. You show it to them and it's blue. It's like, well, you just testified that it's not blue. And here it is, it's blue, right? You look for these kinds of opportunities. You look for these kinds of things. And sometimes it's about turning nothing into something. But in order to turn nothing into something, you need somebody to give you an opportunity. Kelsey did give a few of those opportunities, and I expected the prosecution to chase them because they're basically free. Right? Like if the prosecution chases, you said it pushed you back. Well, that didn't really happen, did it? If she goes, yeah, it did. It's like, okay, I haven't lost anything. I've not gotten embarrassed here. I've not undermined my case in any big way. but you absolutely, you know, it was a freebie. It was a free shot at, you know, free shot. So there's all this stuff that it's like, this is a free shot. Go for it. And they don't. So let's watch.
Go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess
All right.
domestic.
Whoop. Let's go
Mr.
back a little
Fitzsimmons,
further.
You may resume the stand. I think we're ready for cross, right?
Oh, we hit a goal. So I promised some cookbook ranting. This is not about my cookbook, except it kind of is. So Mrs. Runkle got me this cookbook, and it's a cookbook I really want to play around with more. I haven't been able to play around with it. The cookbook is it's called Bitter. The cookbook is called Bitter. And it's all about bitter flavors, right? Like, so it has this recipe that I was like, I'm going to make this for a grapefruit sorbet. And I was like, ooh, that sounds really good. I'm going to make that. And it has two problems. One, the last step of the recipe is just casually, oh, put this in your ice cream maker. And I'm like, oh, right. The ice cream maker. I totally have one of those. Yeah. So there was that. The second thing is that it mentions using an aperitif called Suze. S-U-Z-E, or if you're American, S-U-Z-E. And so I was like, hey, okay, well, it goes on to be like, because you bought the Suze, you might as well make these cocktails. And the cocktails actually look really interesting. And one of them, I was like, this looks really interesting. And because it looks so interesting, I actually wanted to like experiment with it and vary it up, right? And be like, all right, you know, I'm going to play with this, you know, recipe in order to make, I had a thought about making a new cocktail for the cookbook I'm making for Extra Life. So I'm like, okay, we are, you know, this is going to be a thing. I'm super excited. Yay. And I'm like, all right, but it requires this Suze stuff. Let's see where I can go to buy it. And so I look at my local liquor store and it's not there. And I look at other liquor stores nearby and it's not there. And I look at specialty liquor stores around and it's not there. So I call my local liquor store. I've got a liquor store near me that is really good. They carry a wide range of stuff. And I'm like, hey, where do I get this? Now, here's the fun thing about that. Here's the real shits and giggles thing. Oh, hey, the Ninja Creamy that somebody was suggesting is $169. I'm kind of tempted. Why is there a 350 model? Why are there? Now I got to figure out which the different models are. Anyway, so the way Alberta works is that there's actually Alberta orders in all of the booze that is then purchased by what do you call it? By liquor stores, right? So Alberta Gaming and Liquor buys the booze and then they buy it from them. So I was like, yay. They're like, no one has this stuff in Alberta. And then I was like, oh, and they're like, well, let's see if anybody has it in Canada because they have access to a thing that looks it up if it can be looked up, like if it exists anywhere else in Canada. And you know what they determined? No one in Canada carries Suze. I found a place that would ship it to me. They were going to ship it. They were going to sell it to me for $150 for the bottle is what they were asking, plus $175 for shipping. And I was like, I am interested. I am not $300 interested. So then I looked it up, and in Chicago, there's a liquor store, and that liquor store has it for sale for like $35. So when I go to Chicago, remind me to buy the Suze. But I'm like, I want to make the bitter cocktail. So, yeah. This is a great question. Has watching all these trials with us made you a better defense lawyer? I think it has. Because sometimes I watch these things and I just steal, like I steal entries for how to, when I watched Nico LaHood's cross-examinations, I took notes and I was like, I need to borrow these elements of the cross and steal them and use them, right? I'm going to use these things when I do crosses. And, you know, I see lawyers make mistakes and I'm like, I am going to remember that mistake and I'm not going to make that mistake. So, I do think I learned that. Somebody says, where did I buy the cookbook? I didn't buy the cookbook. Mrs. Runkle bought me the cookbook. And, yeah, it's SUZE is the stuff. SUZE. So, don't bring a whole bunch of it to the Chicago meetup, because if I can only bring back a limited amount of booze from the US when I come back. So, yeah. Oh, and I need to unsmallin myself.
Yes.
You know at your time as a police officer that domestic calls are the most dangerous.
Okay, so for some reason he is in a different time zone than his mic, and so what he says is, you understand that domestic calls are some of the most dangerous. Oh, by the way, I can drop a link to the cookbook. By the way, the author of the cookbook that requires this ingredient that is apparently nowhere in Canada, she lives in Toronto. So, like, how is it that this author who lives in freaking Toronto has this recipe or these recipes for a cookbook that, yeah. So if you guys want the cookbook, maybe I should add it to my Amazon store and get a cut. But yeah.
Yeah, that could be true. Could be. Well, they're the most dangerous, right? That's where. Yeah,
I go into every call.
Get near the mic, dude. Somewhere near the mic.
Thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are, if that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. Well, okay, we'll step back and we'll go with your. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why you always separate when you get to a scene.
And we'll get to that.
I also just checked out her thing. She's got cookbook. I want to buy her entire cookbook supply. Odd bits, how to cook the rest of the animal. Fat, an appreciation of a misunderstood ingredient. Bones, which is about cooking with bones. And blood, as well as offal. I want to buy every book she's got. I'm going to do that.
Okay, and I agree with you that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
You also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're going to need to ask closer.
I want to typically do that.
Thank you.
When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right?
You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay, but domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
As a police officer, there's a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me there?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly.
The thing is she's agreeing with him, but she's also getting to dunk on him. So, yeah.
Yeah, we have to.
When you go to a domestic call, we talk, or you talk, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yeah.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True?
Yes, police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
Okay. So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety,
Yes.
your partner's safety,
Yes.
for the children's safety, for everybody, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't know.
You should have, I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
You did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near them, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone can grab a weapon,
True.
use a weapon,
True.
and especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained on that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
The thing is that policy is that you shouldn't leave somebody alone. Doesn't mean Noonan didn't. Like, yeah. Christina is asking, have I ever been shot? No, I have not been shot. And I don't want to. Like, that's not something I'm going to play around with.
That's what you're trained to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do, yes.
Right.
The thing is what you're supposed to do versus what you actually do are different things. Like, you're not supposed to beat the shit out of an arrestee, but cops do that sometimes. The fact that something is policy doesn't mean it happens. And the thing is that they've already established, like, so what he's trying to suggest is, isn't it more likely that Noonan actually did follow you around? But what does he get to is, isn't Noonan a bigger piece of shit than previously suspected?
We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you are a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, right? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years.
And the thing is that per like the general rules of evidence, they should be, if they want to say that she is lying about what went down, right? That it's not true that Noonan left the room. They need to actually suggest that to her. They need to actually contradict her. They need to try to shake her on cross. And yet he doesn't actually ask the fucking question. Like, the question you need to ask is, hey, so isn't it true that Noonan followed procedure? He doesn't actually ever ask the question about this. And it's like, I was so frustrated and annoyed with like what he does here that I was just like, you know, why are you dodging this? Why? It makes no sense. But yeah, it's like he knows where he has to go, but he's not going to ask the question because he knows she's going to beat him.
Not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is a special weapons tactical team. You know that, right?
I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are. Or
But you do understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous. True?
Yes.
Okay. If there
So here's the thing. We look at Noonan's version, right? She lunges. Now, Noonan says that the gun must have been in the shoebox. And the thing is, if the gun is in the shoebox, either the shoebox is closed and she's got to open it, or the shoebox is open and he's just sitting there not observing some fucking gun that's just sitting out in the open. Or if you buy her version of where the gun is, the gun would have been with the other guns in the box of other guns, and she dives in to get the gun in the box of other guns. And like, if you're Noonan and you're supervising her and she just suddenly does this, like, you know, this football leap, do you not tackle the shit out of her? Right? Do you not stop her from doing that? It makes no sense. I mean, my suspicion is that to cover for him being a useless sack of shit and leaving the room, my suspicion is that they, and this is again my theory, that they put the shoebox on the, you know, on the gun box that has all the other guns in order to explain how she gets this gun supposedly that fast, because it's going to be way slower to get the gun out of the other, you know, out of the other box. So, yeah.
there's a weapon involved, somebody's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah,
right?
they go to everything that's bad.
Okay. Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations. True?
True.
They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
Sure.
Okay. Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them if something happens. Right?
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes,
Okay.
They get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with bad things.
Yes.
Right? And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're on, like a domestic violence officer, may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties
Yes,
that people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
yes.
Officer Noonan was on the SWAT team, you know that, right? You know that.
I know that now.
Okay. You knew he started in Andover, that's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover.
Why are we asking all of these questions about Noonan? Noonan is not on trial here. Like, yeah.
You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover.
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence.
Sure,
though.
there's some crossover,
Yes.
right? But you know what that crossover is.
Yes,
True?
true.
It's not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know. Yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that. Yes.
Okay, you did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, he was the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through.
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was.
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that
Well,
for me.
Officer Noonan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Noonan.
He did that.
Okay.
So yes.
Yeah, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced, correct?
Yes.
You knew he was a by-the-book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right, and you went to him for advice because you thought he knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, he's been on bad calls before and this is how he handles it.
Right,
And
and you appreciated that.
I did.
Okay. And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes,
You
yes,
a gentleman about it. Right?
yes.
Okay.
I was sitting there watching this going, where is he going? Like, okay, he's fishing for something. He's building to something.
Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the blue, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but stuff, and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning. That's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the Common and the police involvement. Those were
Well, the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they're concerned about you.
See, that was interesting. I'm like, what's going on there?
Right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay. And on the Monday,
Somebody told them that.
on the Monday, well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
Okay. On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this is happening.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, well, you know Katie's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. True?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So I'm sure that was devastating to you, right?
Yes,
Right?
yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
No,
Right?
right.
It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who was doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving, of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes,
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
So now he's getting to, okay, you are angry at Justin. And I'm like, all right, so he's going to build for the big reach. Because the big reach is, and that's why you were trying to kill Justin. But he cops out.
And you knew he was going to get paid.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to
Okay,
Justin.
well, you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, you have actually taken custody of a child and left.
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happened, that you actually take the child and leave, you don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after
Sure.
fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, right?
So I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old was this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, well, we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport them.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are not evidence and not proven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
So,
Overruled.
overruled, but Mr. Gubitosi, you can just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer, and like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you.
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th, that was Katie's birthday, right? That's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math. How many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So you're actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police comes, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
Are you talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay. And she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now, you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
Your best friend, right? And so.
Aw. Like, why is he asking an incredibly sympathetic question? Your mom is your best friend, right? And she's like, yes. It's like, okay, cool. You have just made her look even better. I'm like, he's hunting for a point.
You could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard him.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is.
Well, you knew he was getting a child, right?
Yeah, but I thought that I passed Caden off to walk outside. I never thought, or I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you can just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it flipped.
It did.
It was not around in the chamber.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, you used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That's true. That's why I didn't chamber around. Thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification. Yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah,
And
because
when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands. And then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand, you're not strong.
But your typical reflex is 2 hands, true?
Yeah, that's
I mean, that's training. It's not your typical reflex because, like, you hand somebody something and they've never done it. They often do this, but they're trained to do this, right? They're trained for the 2 hand because it's harder to be accurate with 1 hand or with your offhand. But the reason why they train officers to do things one-handed is that maybe the officer doesn't get the first shot, right? And so if the officer is sitting there and the first shot is the one that hits them like in the arm, they need to be able to draw their weapon. And I know some departments, not all, will train in you need to be able to draw your firearm with your offhand, defeating whatever retention mechanisms there are. But, you know, you draw the firearm with your offhand, and they teach things like how to reload the firearm when you can only use 1 hand. Because, like, you know, let's say your plastic toy is empty, and so you need to reload it. Well, you know, you've only got 1 arm, so you might be tucking the thing in between your legs, putting the new mag in, and then you might, for instance, rack the slide on your legs. You might pin it between your legs and rack the slide. You know, there's various techniques you can use to do it one-handed because you might have to, right? You might be in mortal danger. You might be injured. And that's why they make people train for this stuff, right? So yeah, it is a thing.
And 2 hands extended.
that's most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default?
That's what we
It's not the safest way. It's the most accurate way.
do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hands.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with 2 hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday. Yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you...
So I guess that was to try to shore up Noonan's testimony that she adopted a Weaver stance. That's very weak.
We're starting to process things. True?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process things. You about your life unraveling. True?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like, this is going, this is going, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
All those things are going, and it's all because of what Justin did.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
And I was like, wait a second. What? What? Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions. I literally, at this point, when that point in the cross came up, I had the trial playing in earphones, and I was sitting on the toilet. Maybe that's TMI. But I was listening to it. I went to the bathroom. I was, sitting there, and I was on the bathroom, like on the toilet, and I was like, what the hell just happened? Because I thought he was like building to something. He's like, okay, he's going somewhere, and done. And I was like, What? So I literally had to go back because I was like, did I miss some big mic drop? Like, I was like, maybe I wasn't paying full attention because my mind is on some other things here as well. Was there a big mic drop that he ended on?
Now,
So let's look at his big mic drop.
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday. Yes.
well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things. True?
Yes.
It took a bit for you to process things. You about your life unraveling. True?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like, this is going, this is going, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
All those things going, and it's all because of what Jessica did.
yes.
Thank you. I don't understand.
I was like, that's their mic drop? I mean, there was a flushing sound immediately after, but it could have been the prosecution's case. Oh, man. So the best they've got is you don't like Justin. But the thing is that they should have actually gone, like, they never actually go with, So the best they've got here is you dislike Justin. So their theory is going to be she's going to get the gun. She's going to shoot her way through this crowd. She's going to go take out, Justin, John Wick style. She's like this ultra badass. And I'm like, huh? The prosecution theory makes no sense to me whatsoever. Just none. Like, I just don't see it. And, so if your theory is that Kelsey suddenly decides she's going to shoot her way through several cops and take out Justin, does that make sense? Do you have that beyond a reasonable doubt as compared to the notion that she might just have wanted to, to unalive herself? Nope.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
You know how a cross of the accused was a real, great cross? A real fantastic cross? When the prosecution hands over the witness at the end of their cross, and defense is like, we got no questions. We're good. We're happy with this. This was like, it was like watching a baby fight a stuffed animal, right? Because at the end of it, you're like, oh, that's cute. He's trying so hard, but the stuffed animal is just untouched.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the defense, you can call your next witness. Okay. Aside from what?
The view.
Okay. All right, so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
I think this guy's trying to troll, but he's unable to form a sentence. If you're going to troll, you should complete sentence. So yeah, they sidebar, and then they come back.
Mr. I just want to make sure that procedurally we're as precise as we need to be. So technically, the defense hasn't rested because we have the issue of the view. We're going to, as we discussed at sidebar, what I'd like to do is break until 2. At 2, I'd like a definitive answer on whether the defense still seeks to have me view the location, number 1. Number 2, I'd like to conduct that charge conference that we spoke of, and 3, leave with a schedule allows.
Joe Kermack, you are trolling. If you want to troll, you've got to pay the troll toll. $20 in the next minute or you're gone.
The definitive schedule as to what will happen tomorrow, which the hope would be that you folks do your closings and I begin my deliberations. All right, so let's reconvene. That will give you enough time, Mr.
Yes,
Bradle?
thank you very much.
All right, and, yeah, okay. So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
All right.
Oh my God, I'm going to cover the shit out of that. I am going to cover the shit out of that, the Dayton Weber case. If you're not familiar with this case, this guy with no arms and no legs is accused of shooting a guy to death and then driving away and, you know, and dumping the body. And I'm like, also, the guy with no arms and no legs is a cornhole champion. And like, you might be thinking cornhole champion, is this like a Deliverance thing? No, cornhole champion is they throw a beanbag into a thing. And I'm like, this guy with no arms and no legs, he's murdering way above his level. Like, it is just exceptional. And I feel like if you, show up at the afterlife and you've got like St. Peter at the pearly gates and, you know, you show up and St. Peter's like, okay, let me look in the book to see, I'm going to see about your life. And he looks and he, okay, Bob Bobson. Okay, so I see here you died by... And then there's like 45 minutes of laughter as the dead guy is sitting in the afterlife going, okay, it's not that funny though. Like it's not that funny. Come on. And St. Peter's like, I'm gonna need a minute. I'm gonna okay. You know what? Go right in. This is just a sympathy thing, but go right in because you know you get taken out by like okay. Dayton is a local. We cannot believe he did this now. I mean, he's just accused. We don't know if he did it. Maybe somebody else did it. Like, you know, we don't know. But yeah, I got to turn my mic down. It's peaking a bit. All right. So, yeah, here we go. And got a little bit more to cover.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel.
It could hardly have gone much worse.
Okay. All right. So I guess let's start with the view.
I mean, maybe the two witnesses in the back seat wanted to pin it on him, right? We don't know. We got to wait to see the evidence. Have you seen the videos of him shooting? Yes. He's actually, it's pretty cool, actually. Also, he was driving a Tesla, allegedly. I mean, I can't afford a Tesla, so he's doing pretty good out there.
And Mr. Bradle, is the defense still seeking a view?
Your Honor, I don't believe we're going to seek a view, just a contingent. I just wanted to submit to the court what I, and I hope I say this right, it's an agreed chalk of the upstairs, and we put in pen just which room is which.
Okay.
And we were going to just submit that as a chalk, Your Honor.
Okay, so as a chalk, so.
I believe it's agreed.
In other words, I
You bet I do.
Is is what you're saying that I shouldn't take these measurements for the truth or something? What is?
Traditionally using a chalk, the witness can talk about it and refer to it, and the court has it for whatever Your Honor's weight you want to give it as a fact finder. And I think what we're saying is that we all trust the court to take it for what it is, which is and I'll tell you a little bit about what it is, Judge. It's an MLS listing, and on the bottom it says the statement on the bottom is part of the exhibit, and you can take it for what you will.
Okay, Commonwealth, what's your position on this?
That's fine, we have the small writing at the bottom, if you can read it.
Small writing. You're talking about these square footages?
No, I'm not talking about at the bottom, the text on the bottom of the bottom line. Not in the diagram itself, below.
Yeah, the floor plan created by?
Yes, we keep reading that.
Okay, I see. Measurements deemed highly reliable but not guaranteed. All right. So why don't we just strike that? And
no, I like that.
Oh, you like
I mean,
that?
And then it's going to be an agreed exhibit. I have no problem with it. That's fine.
Okay, you like that. And I apologize. I'm losing steam. So I just, all right. So you want to keep that in. We'll just mark it as chalk. So why don't we do this? And you want to.
From my understanding, he lost his appendages as a child, so I don't think so. So basically, the judge is like, "Do you still want to do the view?" And ultimately, the defense is like, "We're not going to do the view. You don't have to do the view. Instead, all you need, judge, is here's a list of here's where here's the floor plan, right?" So yeah. Question: does Runkle hope that someday he'll take Silk as a QC? I doubt I will. I don't really care at the end of it. So yeah, they just have that. That's kind of the plan there. Also, I got to roll this. That Hoot Mama says, yes, Noonan looks like Santa Claus, but acts like Krampus. This trial is, yeah. Whoop. Yeah, the floor plan makes more sense. We only need to know if 15 feet is possible. The other thing is that this house is occupied by new people, right? And the new people will have put new furniture in. They may have changed the flooring. They may have, all of these things. So we don't actually know shit about anything at this point because who knows what, we don't know if it's still the same, right? So going to see it now might not make a whole lot of sense. And at the end of the day, can you imagine this? You buy a new house and they're like, by the way, the judge needs to come look at your shit. I would be like, by the way, go fuck yourself, right? I would have all sorts of thoughts on that, right? No. And especially if it's one thing if it's a judge, right? Okay, it's the judge, it's both lawyers, it's Kelsey. Okay, fine. Can you imagine the view is from the jurors? And then you got to be sitting there wondering if the jurors are going to be sitting there poking around. Is somebody going to open your medicine cabinet? Are they going to whatever? I would be like, no. So I got no problem with this. But the judge was also like, defense, do you still need the view? And I feel like that is very favorable for the defense. Because when the judge is asking, do you still need this evidence? Quite frankly, I think she's going to be acquitted. I will be like, what the fuck if if she's not if she is convicted, I will be like, what the fuck? I do not think that it makes sense. And yeah, the thing is that in order to convict Kelsey, we're not done. I just forgot. We have to do the jury instructions. So the judge also said that there's no jury here. So one of the things the judge is doing is the judge is examining the judge is basically taking the jury instructions as judge instructions, right? And so this is actually important because I've seen people sharing stuff online on Twitter and so forth, suggesting that the requirements for proof are different than they actually are. And people have been saying, and some people have gotten this from AI, and I don't think that they're doing it out of like intentionally being misleading or anything like that. But I do think it is, I do think it's worth going over. So here we go. You'll note that this is from mass.gov, right? So I didn't find this on some sketch-ass website. I found this on massachusetts.gov. So, yeah. And this is not the legislation. This is model instructions. So, assault by means of a dangerous weapon. The judge should inquire of the prosecutor as to which theory or theories the Commonwealth intends to pursue. In this case, they're pursuing both methods. And Bradel acknowledged that that was, that they can convict on either path. So the judge should inquire the prosecutor as to which theory or theories the Commonwealth intends to pursue. The judge should then instruct on attempted battery, immediately threatened battery, or both, depending on the evidence. Bracketed material is to be used when both theories are advanced. The definition of dangerous weapon in supplemental instruction A or B should be read prior to the conclusion. So, the defendant is charged with having committed an assault with a dangerous weapon. When instructing on both theories, an assault with a dangerous weapon can be proven in either of two ways, either as an attempted battery or as an immediately threatened battery. Now, I know that they've also charged battery, but the thing is they're not going to be able to convict on the battery unless they've also got the assault, right? It's just not going to make out. So, attempted battery. To prove the defendant guilty of assault with a dangerous weapon as an attempted battery, the Commonwealth must prove 4 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant intended to commit a battery upon the named victim. Second, the defendant took some overt step toward accomplishing that intent. Third, the defendant came reasonably close to doing so. And fourth, the defendant committed the assault with a dangerous weapon. So to prove the first element, this is important because now the instructions are going to tell you how this works. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to commit a battery. A battery is a touching that is either offensive or likely to cause bodily harm to the named victim. A person's intent is their purpose or objective. This requires you to make a decision about the defendant's state of mind at that time. You may consider any evidence about the actions or words of the defendant and all the surrounding circumstances to help you determine whether the defendant intended to commit a battery. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant took some overt step toward accomplishing that intent. In other words, the defendant must take some demonstrable action towards committing a battery. However, it is not necessary for the Commonwealth to show that the named victim was put in fear or was even aware of the attempted battery. So the thing is that if Kelsey was trying to tap herself, then she's got to be acquitted. Because if she wasn't trying to point the pew-pew at Noonan, then it's not an attempted battery. That's it. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant came reasonably close to accomplishing a battery. To prove the fourth element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant attempted to commit the battery with a dangerous weapon. All right, so the next one is immediately threatened battery. The defendant is also charged with assault with a dangerous weapon by making an immediate threat to commit a battery with a dangerous weapon. To prove the defendant guilty, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant intended to put the named victim in fear of an immediate battery. Second, the defendant engaged in some conduct towards the named victim, which the named victim reasonably perceived as immediately threatening a battery. And third, the assault was committed with a dangerous weapon. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to put the named victim in fear of an imminent battery. A battery is a touching that is either offensive or likely to cause bodily harm to the named victim. So I saw people who said, look, she can be convicted just on the basis of her pulling out a gun because she wants to shoot herself. But the thing is that, and so they've said, look, she can be convicted. I've seen people on Twitter saying she should be convicted just on the basis of her testimony that she says, she says that she was getting the gun and she knew that that might be scary if somebody saw it. The problem with that is that if you accept all of that, she's like, I knew somebody would be scared if they saw me get the gun, which is why I got the gun when dude wasn't there. There's no intent to make the guy afraid. There's no intent to threaten the guy. It is just that she wants to get the gun to, do things to herself without them being there. So you've seen this floating around on Twitter. I've seen it in several places now. There's one. So there's somebody out there who's going to be like, Runkle called me out. No, I've seen it in several places. And the thing is that if you are one of the people who've seen that on Twitter, when you actually look at the model jury instructions, that's not the case, right? So, yeah. And this isn't wrong. Her life is still screwed even if she's found not guilty. She's going to have a seriously hard time battling to get her son back, especially in that place. She's got an uphill battle, and I wish her the best of luck on that. And, yeah. The thing is, and the other thing here is that you don't have to conclude that Noonan, Noonan is not on trial. So the aspect of Noonan having, not being allowed to use deadly force to shoot her, if she was, only trying to harm herself, that is motive for Noonan to lie. That's why that's coming in, right? He's got an incentive. He's got a motivation to make up a story. But there is no path in this trial. I've seen some people in this trial be like, is Noonan going to get convicted? Noonan is not on trial. He's not actually, there is no path for Noonan to be punished here. And the judge does not have to make any explicit findings with regards to Noonan. So I've seen people be like, the judge isn't going to want to rule that Noonan lied. And the judge doesn't have to rule that. Judge will probably say things like, let me predict how this ruling might look. I am predicting that this ruling might say something like, I find that this was an emotionally charged and very fast-paced circumstance. I find that there was inconsistencies between the different testimonies between different people. And as a result of that, I am in a position where I cannot conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that, I cannot conclude that, that this was, what do you call it? I cannot conclude that this was, that this was beyond a reasonable, or that this was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge doesn't have to find that she lies. Runkle, that is the wrong charge. She's only charged with assault by dangerous weapon. No battery involved. which is why I read the instructions for assault by means of a dangerous weapon. That's why we read that. So the judge can find can get to an acquittal without making any rulings that burn Noonan down. Now, if the judge wanted to be, let's imagine that this judge was like, fuck Noonan. I'm going to burn down his career. And every indication from this judge is that he is the opposite of that. The judge is like, I don't want to hurt anybody's career here. And so, but if the judge wanted to burn Noonan's career down, he could make a ruling that goes like this. I accept Kelsey's version of events as accurate. And I find that, Officer Noonan told an inaccurate version, and I find that he did so intentionally in order to preserve himself from liability and to preserve himself from consequences in this matter. I find that he intentionally lied in this matter. The judge, however, very rarely does that. You instead see rulings after rulings after rulings after rulings where a judge is like, and this can be like really fucking obvious things where like an officer testifies to shit that clearly didn't happen in the video, right? And you see judges say, hey, judges just find a way to, judges, like, they find a way to weasel around this, right? And, and the thing is that if I am the judge, I'm probably also not burning Noonan's career down. Because I don't know enough. I might say Noonan, Noonan got it wrong, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean lied, right? And, so I mean, hell, here's another way the judge can get to a verdict. In this trial, I have heard many competing accounts of what happened. Each of these officers presented as credible, as honest, and as diligent in their duties, including Officers Noonan and Officer Fitzsimmons. Because every officer appears to be doing their utmost to testify honestly and to the best of their ability, I conclude that I must acquit because I cannot determine the truth of the matter. Boom. Acquittal. And it's an acquittal that makes zero credibility findings against Noonan. So everybody out there online saying the judge will never will never rule against Noonan. He doesn't have to rule against Noonan. He only has to acquit and just note that this is proof, that it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You'd make an excellent judge. By the way, Ian, did you hear the juror from Afro Man on Defense Diaries? I have seen clips of the juror, and when I have some time, it's probably going to be later tonight, I'm going to go and watch that thoroughly, because Defense Diaries got a huge get with getting that juror. That is amazing to get the juror. Now, I was like, I don't need to watch this right away because I kind of assumed that what they would get out of the juror was going to be some boring ass shit. And what I mean by that is that I thought the juror was going to say, yes, we took this very seriously. And no, we didn't think about Afro Man's suit. It didn't affect us in the slightest. And, like the usual shit jurors say. And I was like, okay, I don't care. I'll watch it because it's good to watch, but it's not gonna like, as a person who's dealt with legal shit all the time, it's not going to rock my world. Right. I was just like, it's, and then the clips I've seen, I was like, holy shit, this is going to rock my world, because apparently the judge, like talked to them and expressed disappointment in the verdict. And I was like, what? So I need to go back and watch it. I will probably reach out to the Matas and just be like, hey, do you mind if I recap this on Monday? Like, I want to give you guys views. I want you guys to get all of the views and all of the things, and I want you guys to get all of the traffic. But once the traffic is kind of leveled out, you mind if I like do some reaction to some of this? Is that going to be okay? And, you know, if they say yes, then I'll do it. And if they say no, then I'm going to respect that, because I don't want to I don't want to like poach their big get. I think that's kind of douche behavior. So I'll ask. And if they say no, then they say no. Right. So, yeah. All right. Let's cover some super chats here. We got a whole bunch of things to do. Did you hear that the judge is making Afro Man pay for half the court expenses? I did. That was some bullshit. That was some crazy ass shit. So yeah. It was bizarre. So yeah, I like the Matas. They're good people. I might end up, staying with them, because the Matas actually offered to let me stay with them when I'm in Chicago. I don't know if that makes sense, because just from location and so forth, and getting to court, but it would be really awesome to hang out with them. So yeah. All right. So let's what is it? Let's have a look at super chats. Let's see. Oh, and I got some people I got to call back. So that's all fun. And yep, we shall figure things out from there. So, all right, super chats. Miss Krista H, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Harbinger of imminent death. Maureen is my favorite. If the DA thought that cross went well, he's wrong. Now that evidence is in, I don't see how the judge can reasonably convict. I will be quite surprised if the verdict is anything other than an acquittal. Suzanne D, happy to be here. Have a drink. Thank you. Harbinger of imminent death. Maureen's account of what Noonan said gave me Karen Reed Proctor flashbacks. Pin it on the girl. And then the prosecution wanted to split the baby. The prosecution was like, do I want to go into the Karen Reed direction? Do I not want to go into the Karen Reed direction? I don't know. I can't figure it out. And I'm like, my dude, you've got to figure this shit out. Like, absolutely, you've got to figure this out. And yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we'll figure it all out. Ziggy zaggy, oi, 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 cheers. I feel like that is a, I feel like that is a, like a football, whatever. Yeah, I just don't know. Wait, what? True Crime says, thanks for showing us the, with the plastic pew pew last night. Helpful to see what potentially may not have been possible. I mean, I am a bit of a gun obsessive, right? So yeah, I all of this stuff, yeah. So, I just responding to somebody. So, yep. All right. Glamasu's hoping we're celebrating an acquittal tomorrow night. Tomorrow we will do recaps. Tomorrow we will cover the closing arguments. Tomorrow we will cover probably the verdict. So I suspect that will be, yeah. Runkle of the Bailey, will we get the fix for your auto issues? Mike was great tonight. I did a bunch of uninstalling of NVIDIA stuff and then did a reboot, and that seems to have helped. So that is helpful. So yeah. What is it? Real KXC, thank you for the super sticker. Bera, when is the meetup in Chicago? I'm in Michigan. May 29th or May 30th. I have yet to determine for certain, but I'm trying to figure it out. Once I've got that figured out, I will, yeah. Oh, it's German. Zikizaki, chant Zikizaki, hoi, hoi, hoi 3 times. Then you slam a liter of beer. I have a small stomach. I can't slam a liter of beer in one go. But, so I went to Germany once. I went to Germany for Essenspiel, which is a big board game thing. And so Essenspiel, it's this huge board game convention. And I tried to get a hotel that was near the convention center. And that was just not happening. They were booked solid. So then after that, I saw that if you get a hotel, your hotel pass also counts as a pass for the subway or for like the mass transit. So I was like, all right, let's look at like the subway and figure out like a hotel near a subway station so I can just get on the subway and get there. So one subway stop away, I found this this little like bed and breakfast that seemed really nice. And they also had a restaurant. So I was like, cool, done. And it cost me very little. It was this very nice little bed and breakfast. But I went there and so I'm in Essen. I'm sitting down at this bed and breakfast. And I go and I have a little like, I had rouladen with schnitzel. So I had like something very German, super German. And so I was sitting there and I'm like, all right, I'm going to have my rouladen and schnitzel. And they came by and they're like, would you like a beer? And I'm like, oh, no, I'm okay. I don't need a beer. Thank you. Thank you so much, though. And they frowned at me. The server frowned at me. And then a guy who I'm pretty sure is the owner of the place came by and said, you will have a beer. And he gave me a beer. And he sets this beer down. And it's like this giant beer. It's the size of my head. And I'm like, oh, no. And he says, it's free. You will have a beer. And I went, okay, I will have a beer. So he was like offended that I was not drinking a beer with the schnitzel and rouladen. And it was just like, and so he brings me this beer that like, if I held it up to my head, I would vanish. And it was great. And I stayed there for a few days, and like every other time I ordered the beers because it was good. But it was just funny of like, you will have a beer. It was like, we're doing that, I guess. So yeah. Michigan Farm Boy, the dot looks like it may have been on top of a scope recently. Maybe. Thanks, Runkle. I found Kelsey so believable today. I found Kelsey to be both A, believable, B, sympathetic. Which was great. So yeah. Oh, the other thing that happened in Germany in Essen. So I went for a walk late at night because I like going for late night walks sometimes. And I went and what is it? I was walking around like, Essen late at night, and I came to this hot dog stand. And the hot dog stand owner spoke no English, and I spoke no German. And his menu was entirely in German, but I knew how to order one of the hot dogs, and I tried to pronounce it in German. And his reaction was basically, what? But in German. Because my German was very not good, apparently. So I'm like, I would like this. And he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I try a few times to order, and this guy is like, I have no idea. And so finally, he throws up his hands in frustration, walks over, makes me a giant sausage in a bun covered in sauerkraut, and he brings it back and he hands it to me, and he sort of he says something in German, but it's like he hands it to me with sort of like a there. And I'm like, money? And he's like, no money, just go. He was so pissed off that I was struggling so much to order that he's just like, have a thing and fuck off. And I was like, okay. So I got fed repeatedly and aggressively in Germany by people who were like, you will have a thing. And the guy, I'm like, money? He's like, I'm like, okay, whatever. So then I'm walking with this giant hot dog in a bun covered in sauerkraut. It was really good. And it's probably what I would have ordered, but I was just like, he's like, no, you go now. And I'm like, okay. So, I mean, I kind of appreciate that the response for this weird foreigner is fucking things up is you will get stuff. But he was simultaneously annoyed and have a thing. And it was great. A friend of mine is ex-military. He's now retired. And now that he's retired, but he's got some great stories. And one of the stories is they went to Germany on a rotation, him and his friend. And so while they were there, they decided to fuck with one of their friends because they're military guys. That's what they do, right? So he's there and they're all there, and this guy doesn't know what, any German, and he wants to get a beer. And they've got these great big beers. So he wants to get one of the big giant beers. And so he's like, how do I order one of the big beers? And so what they tell him is that he needs to order a Unscheiße beer. And Unscheiße beer means I would like a shit beer. When what he needed was Ungroße beer for the big beer, right? So the guy running the place comes by, and he's taking orders, and he goes, and this soldier goes, Unscheiße beer, in this big happy expression, and the guy's like, no Scheiße beer. And they get into an argument because he wants the big beer, and the soldier thinks that this guy is refusing to serve him the giant beer. Meanwhile, the guy who's running the bar is like, we have good beer. It's not shit beer. And so they were just going back and forth about this. And so finally it gets sorted out. But they just set this guy up to insult, to get into a big fight. And it's it's a story I love. This guy's got some fantastic stories, and You could just picture these two going back and forth with, you know, Scheisse beer versus finally it's gross beer. Okay. Gross beer is yes, that we can do. So yeah. Thanks, Rocco. I found Kelsey so believable today. Yeah, me too. 100%. The Miss Monty, thank you so much. Miss Jules FL, great demonstrations last night. Last night was a very gun heavy thing. So Joy W says, I'm not a gun person, surprised, but there certainly seemed to be a lot of guns in that small house. Justin said he'd taken about 3 or 4 prior. I mean, there's a lot of guns if you're not a gun person, but I'm a gun person and there weren't that many gun people, or there weren't that many guns. The Real KX2, thank you so much. Troy Boy, thoughts on yesterday's Liberal press release regarding the buyback? That was a circus, and I'm going to do a video on it. So we'll talk about that soon. So yeah. Silly Sailor, imagine getting stood up by a court after a day cleaning your home. I'd be pissed. Wonder if they knew it was a crime scene when they bought it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is that if I was being forced to open my home for a meet, I would go on like Bad Dragon and order a bunch of stuff for like immediate delivery. And it would just be like hilarious novelty dildos on every surface. You know, I would like mount them to the ceiling and there'd just be like some, you know, the court would be coming in. They'd be like, why is there a horse dog on the ceiling? It'd be like, because fuck you, that's why. So, you know, just saying. The crime scene photos seem staged, in my opinion. How's that bedroom rug so undisturbed? The room itself looks too orderly for post-incident. Is it just me? I mean, they didn't make any noise about that, so it's not going to go anywhere in the verdict. Donnie Not Wahlberg, thank you. Thank you. The son of a bard, do you plan on making a video covering U.S. versus Hepner, ruling that legal documents made with generative AI are not covered by attorney-client privilege? I am interested in the case. We'll go with that. So... Tough Cookie, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Jody Callahan, Melanie sent us cupcakes over. I'm a subscriber of yours already. Just letting you know you make a difference on many channels and you're a reliable source according to everyone I watch. That is amazing. I would love to sit down with Melanie sometime. We gotta do a thing. It's got to be a thing. Tell my brother Ed that he can't spend $10,000 on a flamethrower, but my chapstick budget needs to be biggened. Please also play your tiny violin for him. A. Hedinger says, you really are jonesing for that Bad Dragon sponsorship, are you? I actually emailed Bad Dragon again, and I was like, when are you guys going to set up a referral program? I don't know if I will actually be able to successfully refer you anything, but there are videos where I would like to be able to refer people to you. And the other thing is, oh, Sarah, I need to look up Bad Dragon now. Bad Dragon, you want to be very careful. Do not look up on a work computer. Do not look up in public, because Bad Dragon sells novelty dongs in like animal and fantasy shapes. So, I mean, at some point I want to like build a cannon to launch like a horse dong and do a video discussing the legalities of like launching a horse dong at, you know, at speed. But, you know, but then I'm like, all right, you know, for that, it would be good to be able to like, you know, have a referral code and be like, yep, here we go. So Melon the Cupcakes would love to have you email. I've got to figure that out. BNY man, so much love for that requirement. Thank you. Lone Star Living, Law Talk with Mike will find you a spot. I'm going to shoot him a text, actually. Jody Callahan, Melanie seems to trust your pew-pew expertise. Watched your take last night and shared what she learned from your take. that is awesome. I mean, I'm a guy who likes guns. So yeah. Lori D, please do a breakdown of the case with Peter. If he wants to bring me on, I will happily do so. That would be awesome. So prosecutor wants to know how judge to know how pissed people are. The thing is that this is one of the things about this is one of the aspects of a bench trial is the judge already knows, right? So they don't need to worry as much about keeping that out. Miss Jules, thank you. Thank you so much. Lori D, please do a breakdown of the case with Peter. We will try. Swooper poop. We didn't quite get to the pupper swoop, but we'll do a pupper swoop. Please do a breakdown with Zora. It'll be cute. Oh man, that would be fun. Like just sit Zora down and try to explain a case to her. Country Girl, thank you so much for being a member. Much appreciated. Miss Jules, Justin didn't want Caden or Maverick, just the control it offered him. Yeah, I don't know if Justin is abusive. I can't make that comment, right? But one thing that happens with people who are abusive or emotionally controlling is that they often see the kids as instrumental, right? And I don't know if that's Justin. It might, but you get people who are like, I want to use, I want to use those things and, use the kids as weapons. So I don't know if that's the situation there. For the pups. What is it? Explain her namesake case to her. I don't think she cares. She'd care so long as there were treats involved. Sue L, what did Noonan mean? Kelsey had the drop on him. She means that she had a gun on him and that he didn't have a gun. So, County Girl, thank you so much. McMandy Ruth, Runkle, my degree in 02 was African American Studies. Fast forward to today, same college, NKU calls it Black Studies. Kentucky is the gateway to the North, saying black is acceptable, at least on the collegiate level. Some people get upset about it, but really in Canada, it's kind of the approved term. McMandy Ruth, if Kelsey was crazy, she would have stopped at Hunter's house to confront Justin when she saw his truck, all her friends, etc. So dipshit Noonan is covering his ass, saying she wanted to kill Justin. Yeah, I mean, it would have been easier before this, right? Harbinger of imminent death. Even if you believe the prosecution, I don't see the public good in running this case. She's not a danger to society and not going to reoffend. Yeah, I agree. Mysterica Claus, thank you so much. Meliso, let's hit this goal. We appreciate you. Likewise. Jessica Cam, did she ever get her dog Maverick back? I don't know for certain, but my understanding is that Maverick is back with her. So, yeah. Michigan Farm Boy, nothing I have to say to the officer involves them being able to grab me. I'm good in here. Fair. Pam EMC, clink. My glass is empty, but I'm not refilling it at this hour. Lisa says, you're the best, Runkle. Thank you. Miss Jules, thank you. Thank you as well. Geraldine Friedrich, I am from Methuen, Massachusetts, right on the Salem border. Wish I could afford to move over the border. Massachusetts is a weird place. Patricia says, this is so wrong and so sad. Yes. Also, I love the shirt. Wears black, loves dogs, avoid people. Miss Jules says, break down and isolate. Yep. Sort of, I assume that's referring to sort of how abusers do things. The Goodmans, thank you so much for being a member. Chad Parsons, I don't understand the malice. Cops served a restraining order on one of their own without asking questions, stripped a coworker without following proper procedure, and then shot her and charged her. It seems like this seems like one they should have walked away for. So, no shoebox on the safe and chest. That was her version. So, yep. That was her version at all, or her version entirely. So, lazy LCH. One question I have is, I believe her, but why did Bradel say in his opening, Kelsey, don't do it, when she and her mom said, Kelsey, no? Either way, if it's Kelsey, no, Kelsey, don't do it, it's, that suggests not that, right? So, also, why didn't Bradel ask her about the tap rack thing? Are they saying the other guy lied about that? I think that is what they're saying, right? They found her around in the chamber when they recovered it, so why not ask her when that happened? I expect this is going to be a focus of the prosecution's close, but here's the thing. A round being in the chamber is not necessarily inconsistent to with her version, because it might be a weak primer strike. It might be a it might be a situation where it might be a situation where some other issue is not happening. It might just be a dud round, right? Every once in a while you get a round with a bad primer and it just doesn't fire. So attorney used the word first. She's mirroring him. Yeah, that could be Bradle's mistake, but his family should be ashamed. Yeah. Guys, the elf is talking on devil's advocate from a trial strategy view, not disputing what she thought or what she felt. Yeah, I was just discussing, if I'm the prosecution, here's what I do. And I mean, if I'm the prosecution and I don't have the option to just drop the case, right? Because, I mean, if you hand me this case as the prosecution, my close is going to be very short. This will be my close if I'm the prosecution and I have full autonomy. Your Honor, we invite you to dismiss this charge. And you sit down. Susan D says, oh my God, pointing this out is what makes his commentary so good. People get excited sometimes. It's okay. Michigan Farm Boy says, this discussion reminds me of EDB explaining that being a witness is actually a memory test. You're being tested on your recollection of events and critiqued on your description and repeatability of the description / points. Absolutely. And so if you've got a bad memory, you're going to be a worse witness, right? So, yeah. It's just, it may not be fair, but it's true. Neeser K says, what did the affidavit state to cause the TRO? I'm not actually sure. I haven't looked at that. Thanks for your wit and charm, Mr. Runkle. Now show me Potter's eyebrow swoop, please and thank you. We can do that. He's so cute with the eyebrows. So yeah. Then the cartridge would show the primer being hit by the firing pin. Did they actually test that? Like, did they actually check that? I don't recall. Johnny Johnanini says, despite all the silly Hollywood gunshot body flying, 240 foot-pounds hits ribs, imparts 50 to 75 pounds before exits, or 95 pounds may have felt minor backward push. Yeah, I mean, 50 to 75 pounds is a little bit like being hit with a baseball pitch. It's like being hit with a punch, but not like, an Olympic boxer or like Mike Tyson punch. It's, it's like being hit with a Runkle punch. So, yeah. Olga Corona, thank you so much. Will talking Stephen Hawken, I guess. How do I know it was a bad cross? Because in my opinion, she seemed even more credible than she did before cross. The prosecution actually managed to elicit several places where she was like more sympathetic. Wendy Wilkinson, regarding gunshot wounds and bleeding, have seen 2 9mm gunshot wounds, one to abdomen, one to chest, both with very little blood on clothing, active bleeding from wound. Blood was internal in both cases. All depends on many factors. Yeah, absolutely. Because, walking, talking, Stephen Hawking. I get it. I got it. Graceful Answers. Welcome aboard. Welcome back. Michigan Farm Boy, generally chipping away at credibility. You never know how much it'll add up to in the end or what little piece will tip the scales. Yep. Little things. Did you ever check out that Taste of Cincinnati site? No, but I'm going to now. Taste of Cincinnati. I'm probably misspelling it, but it says coming soon. Nope. Our biggest event yet. Doesn't have a whole lot there. Vendor. I'm going to have to look at that later, but there's not a whole lot on it. Sue's Duty Fund. Thanks for all the above and beyond trial coverage and quippy chatter the last couple of weeks. we will have more. We'll have to see. So yeah. So almost 3 years of fun. So glad I found you. So glad you found me too. Like that. Yeah. So did you ask, are you shitting me? Love it. Yeah. Not only did they not redirect, they rested. LMAO. I mean, usually for the defense, the accused is going to be either your first witness or your last. So yeah. Michigan Farm Boy, they don't have any actual testimony or evidence that she even knew Justin was there to go get, right? Correct. Yeah. Carol Sickles, Runkle, Noonan looks like the fake Santa and Santa Claus 2, LMAO. I haven't seen Santa Claus 2, so yeah. Have you seen the video of him shooting? Also, he was driving a Tesla, allegedly. I was actually really impressed by the video of him shooting because it's like, how do you do that? So yeah. Michigan Farm Boy, Afro Man judge split costs based on his perceived balance of the case. I've seen several question it. How is that done in Canada? Canada does costs very differently. So Canada does costs follow the winner usually, but there's differences, there's things. So talking about costs in Canada would be a whole thing. Darcy Swanson, thank you so much. Mad P, Runkle is first class. Thank you so much. But I ride coach. Collab with Turtle Boy on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I'd watch. I mean, I won't say no. So yeah. Michigan Farm Boy, did you have links to another interview collab that you mentioned yesterday? I posted something on Twitter about I did an interview with the National Post. I have some interviews coming soon. So yeah. So that'll be a whole thing there, and we'll have to see. All right. So I'm going to take a break here. We're going to we're going to cover tomorrow. We're gonna talk about whatever happens tomorrow. But yeah, I'm excited. I am also going to go and experiment. I am working on trying to make a cocktail. I'm trying to make. So I mentioned that I did I'm doing a cookbook for the Extra Life. I'm working on it. I am writing down recipes. I am like all of this stuff. I don't know how many recipes it's going to have. And, but I'm working on it. I'm trying to get it done. And so I'm also trying to get, some drinks recipes in there as well. Like, so it's, here's food, here's drink. Make a virgin cocktail. I will make some virgin cocktails because that's actually not a bad idea at all. But right now I'm trying to experiment with I'm trying to do a little bit of experimenting, and yeah, maybe Kindle the cookbook for all of us to buy. So it's going to be an ebook. It's not going to be a physical book. And the way it's going to work is it'll be something like, I don't know what the threshold will be. Maybe it'll be $15. Maybe it'll be $10. Maybe it'll be $20. And if you put in that much money on the Extra Life, you will get the cookbook. That's how that's going to go. Right. So it'll be, you donate X much, you get the cookbook. And it'll have food, it'll have drinks, it'll have all of those things. And, yeah, it should be interesting. So all of this, so basically I am not planning to make any money off of the cookbook because all the Extra Life thing is just to support sick children. So that's where we're going with that. And, yeah. But I am going to try to, Lonely Lark, I am not at the design stage yet. I'm at the drafting and drawing stage, but, yeah, I'm just going to, I'm trying to make a new cocktail. We might call it the Runkle. And, yeah, I have some ideas. I'm tinkering with it. But I'm hoping it's going to be a bit, a bit sour, a bit bitter, and a bit sweet. Because when I asked Mrs. Runkle what she expected if I made a cocktail named after me, she was like, sour and bitter. And I was like, fair. But I feel like I got to put some sweet in it too, just so it can, just so it can have a little bit of that. Raketa does have a powdered donut recipe for you. Awesome. Somebody I saw asked in a super chat, and it didn't seem to get saved, and I don't know why. Or was it a super chat or just a regular chat? Somebody asked, why are you and Raketa fighting? And I'm like, what? Me and Raketa are fighting? I don't believe that is the case. So I don't know. People want to see creators fight. It is a thing. I'm friends with Raketa. I'm friends with Kurt. I know Kurt and Raketa don't get along, and I know that's a whole thing. But I haven't dug into the whole thing, and at the end of the day, I just I hate drama. So yeah. Connor, this is a good question. I'm surprised your cocktail wouldn't be spicy. The thing is, I have tried to make a spicy cocktail. And I keep trying to make a spicy cocktail, right? I keep trying to do that. Every time I try, it does not work out. So one of these times, I keep trying to do it. I don't know how to do it. And, but if I can figure it out, I will make one. I suspect. So one of the things I tried to do, I tried a mix of a spicy cocktail earlier today. And one of the problems is that the habanero powder that I put in it, actually, the habanero powder clumps. It doesn't, I couldn't get it to mix evenly. And so I'm thinking that what I might need to do is actually get, what is it? I might need to go and get like habanero, the actual peppers, and take the habanero peppers and mush those up and be like, okay, this ingredient requires habanero pepper mushed. And then go from there. So I see spicy Bloody Mary type cocktail, maybe. I'm gonna try to figure it out. I'm still working on it, right? I'm still trying to figure out how this happens and how this, how to make this work. I don't know yet. I'm playing, right? And the thing is that sometimes stuff I experiment with to make food is, works out really well. Sometimes not as much. And yeah. Anyway, I should go and experiment some more. I'm going to try that. And then we will, I will see you guys all tomorrow. So thank you for joining me, and hope to see you again tomorrow next time. Good night, all.